It all begins in the middle of a silent night, where a young man in a hoodie enters a convenience store and starts rummaging through the shelves of chilled drinks, grabbing a little-known soft drink that isn't sponsoring this story. The cashier asks if he's going to pay using his own glue, and the young man, somewhat confused, confirms that he is. Suddenly, the bottle begins to shake. The attendant says it was an excellent choice, and in the blink of an eye, moves to attack the young man. With wide eyes, the protagonist is brutally struck without any chance to react. As blood splatters across the cold floor, he reveals that he's addicted to the adrenaline rush of investing everything he has and decides to go back in time by 1 hour. Everything begins again in the silence of her room, with the incessant sound of her hands frantically typing on the keyboard. This young man considers himself completely addicted to the constant pursuit of adrenaline and extreme stimulation. He's tried everything in life. From following idol groups and rock bands to betting on football leagues, he also threw himself headlong into extreme sports, martial arts, and parkour. Ultimately, all these crazy things were just desperate ways for him to get a quick dose of dopamine, but when none of that had any effect anymore, and he couldn't extract any more emotion, that's when he decided to turn to the world of online gaming, even though he felt there was a significant barrier there. The truth is that video games were the one thing he wanted to avoid at all costs in the past. That's because whenever he played, he bitterly remembered the 31 missed calls from his mother, who never answered the phone. However, they say that the worst habits are even more dangerous when they start late in life. The more he played, the more his brain craved dangerous challenges and mass destruction. This obsession continued until he devoured every apocalyptic game he could find on the market. But of all of them, the one that truly tested his limits and brought him the greatest excitement of his life was a very specific title. The game's name was Apocalypse, Safe Zone, and its story was extremely bizarre. It all began with a colossal meteor colliding with Earth and plunging the planet into a terrible ice age. With the devastating impact, almost the entire human race ended up being wiped off the map. Centuries after that disaster, a slightly warmer period finally emerges, bringing a new chance for the planet to survive the extreme cold that remained. The surviving humans banded together and created several safe zones. This was the basic premise that started the entire chaotic journey of the game. In total, there were 9 safe zones with rather peculiar names, such as candy, glue, cigarette, beer, chicken, cocaine, knife, revolver, unicorn, and piano players could choose to start in any of these areas, except for the dangerous knife zone. Furthermore, if the player's identification number was 16 or lower, they would be required to start as number 1. If someone managed to survive the brutal start of the game, they would still have to endure an all-out massacre before managing to secure a small reward. This happened because, as soon as the character turned 20, the dreaded second apocalypse truly began. The first phase was just a basic preparation and training period for the players to get used to it. But the real fun began soon after, leading the protagonist to decide he was going to rip that useless piece of equipment off once and for all. When the second apocalypse truly began, the game transformed into an insane test of pure survival. At that point, it was necessary to form alliances with survivors from other areas, and the player finally understood why basic attributes were so important. The main rule was quite simple. The more difficult your starting zone, the more dangerous your challenges would be. On the other hand, the survival bonus ensured that your base attributes were incredibly high. To make it even better, the hidden treasures in dangerous and little explored areas were simply too appealing. This generated so much envy that, when survivors from easy areas appeared before him, his only desire was to eliminate them on the spot. However, it was precisely these insane and punishing mechanics that kept the protagonist completely hooked on the game for so long. But this whole cycle of endless gaming finally comes to an end today. He takes a deep breath, feeling that he has finally accomplished his mission. On the computer screen, a message shines indicating that he has managed to complete all the endings of all the safe zones, including the legendary hidden area of the knife. That's when he realizes he has to do something. He picks up his cell phone and realizes that the time has finally come to take the next step. Because he wanted to help the community get the most out of the game, he decided to post an extremely detailed guide detailing every secret a short time later. The cell phone on the table begins to vibrate with a notification of a new comment. The protagonist realizes that his most loyal and idle follower was the first to comment, questioning the insanity of starting a guide by massacring everyone. Little does he know what's coming next. Upon reading the messages about how the enemies in that difficult area eliminate absolutely anyone, he is left bewildered. Seeing the heated discussion in the comments, the protagonist decides to leave it aside for now so as not to stress himself out even more. When another user becomes curious about how to choose the best starting zone, he simply advises completely ignoring the default ending of each area. He even reveals, laughing, that he was the only one able to survive that massacre and that he wrote his entire guide by sheer luck, leaving the other user perplexed and outraged by the lack of seriousness. Faced with that barrage of criticism, the protagonist could only think, why haven't you, the viewer, liked and commented on the video yet? But he gets a slight shock when he realizes that the user decided to block him without a second thought. Shocked by the drastic action, he is indignant that he was blocked so gratuitously. He continues scrolling and comes across other people complaining about his cruel tactics, making him question whether his guides were really that difficult. Luckily for him, a heartfelt message appears below, sincerely thanking him for all the great strategies he always posted. With that, the young man smiles with relief, realizing that in the end his hard work was still very useful to some people. Putting social media aside, he takes a deep breath and tries to focus on what he would do next. With a strange feeling of emptiness, he realizes that he is officially retiring from his favorite game. As he goes out for a walk in the cold city night, he finds himself completely aimless and unsure what to do with his free time. He feels his precious dopamine levels plummeting rapidly with every step he takes. The young man knows he urgently needs to find a new obsession that will bring him the same adrenaline rush as before. But out of nowhere, something catches your attention. He stops in front of a mysterious convenience store and wonders if that establishment has always been there. As you approach, the soft sound of the doorbell announces your entrance into that strangely familiar place. Looking around, he is shocked to see the shelves perfectly organized with sweets, cola, soft drinks, cigarettes, and beers. Seeing all those snacks and even unicorn plushies, he realizes that the store is an identical copy of a safe zone in the game and wonders if it's an official collaboration. However, he finds it impossible that a game so niche and without an official version in its country would form such a commercial partnership. He deduces that the owner must be just another fanatic fan of the game and takes the opportunity to snap several photos with his cell phone before buying the items without wasting any time. He posts the images in the game's community under the title Addict's Convenience Store, revealing the exact address to one of his followers via private message. Back at the checkout, the employee repeats the same bizarre question as before about paying with cola. The protagonist is intrigued and wonders if the clerk is angry simply because he took so many pictures of the shelves. He stares thoughtfully at the product in his hands, trying to decipher what is going wrong. It is at that exact moment that he realizes the bottle has no barcode, while the man raises a gun right behind him. The terrible blow is delivered violently, while the clerk coldly whispers that it was an excellent choice. Feeling his life slipping away rapidly, the protagonist collapses to the ground, unable to defend himself. But instead of dying, he opens his eyes with a start in the middle of a snowstorm and realizes he's wearing the official game uniform. Although confused by this bizarre twist, he soon smiles as he realizes he has just received a colossal dose of pure dopamine. However, he is interrupted by the desperate cries of a blonde boy beside him, who angrily complains about having been reincarnated alongside the biggest weirdo in the game. Connecting the dots quickly, the protagonist asks if he also chose the cola soda at the mysterious convenience store. Then, he directly asks him if his internet nickname was Room Corner Hubby, leaving the blonde man completely speechless. The blonde boy gets angry when he's recognized and immediately tries to belittle the protagonist, calling him a social misfit. He defends himself by saying that everyone swears on the internet these days, and irritated, demands to know the protagonist's nickname. The young man swallowed hard, realizing the irony of fate in having ended up stuck with the very same guy he had just blocked. He knows very well that revealing the truth about being the legendary dopamine addict would only create an unbearable atmosphere between the two. With no other reasonable way to avoid an unnecessary fight, he decides that the best option is to invent a name. With a cynical smile on his face, he falsely presents himself as the infamous T-Bastard. The blonde man accepts the lie and asks if he also got the store's address through another mutual follower, and they both nod as they begin walking together through the snow. Even so, the blonde boy panics completely, not understanding why he ended up inside that terrible, apocalyptic universe. While watching him freak out, the protagonist pieces together the clues and realizes that his other follower was the one who leaked the secret address to the blonde boy. So, the poor guy ended up going to the store out of curiosity and ended up being dragged into that endless mess. But this disturbing revelation causes the protagonist to begin analyzing the situation from a new, rather dark perspective. He begins to strongly suspect that there may be other real players scattered throughout that hostile world. Considering the other existing zones, he knows that as soon as the second apocalypse begins, they will likely be forced to fight against these survivors. This means that, sooner or later, they will have to risk their own lives in deadly combat against other real-world invaders. However, he pushes those dark thoughts from his mind, deciding that the most important thing at the moment is to focus only on surviving the day. Suddenly, the blonde man regains hope and asks if they, as reincarnated players, have access to the game's system. Intrigued, the protagonist asks for more details while his partner excitedly explains the classic workings of the attribute, mission, and skill screens. The blonde boy starts yelling desperately for classic commands like status window and inventory, trying to activate some kind of reincarnation power. He keeps shouting out every keyword he knows, from quests and monster encyclopedia to character tabs, while the wind blows coldly around him. He begs for any kind of game system to appear, but ends up falling to his knees on the floor upon realizing that absolutely nothing has happened. Completely indignant, the blonde man begins to complain about being thrown into that dangerous world like helpless children without any initial benefits. The protagonist watches him with a priceless expression, while the blonde boy sighs in regret for having used so many swear words in his past life. He sits defeated against the cold stone wall, letting out a long sigh of pure frustration. Next, he looks at the protagonist and asks what their plan is and how far he has managed to complete the original game. The protagonist silently reflects on his actual progress, knowing full well that he has in fact completed the entire game up to the dangerous knife zone. However, since his legendary profile is the only one with this achievement, he decides to lie to keep things on a more plausible level. He calmly states that he only reached the unicorn zone, leaving the blonde man completely shocked by the revelation. The boy points an accusing finger and calls him a liar, arguing that very few people have managed to go that far. Not even the most fanatical followers of the legendary dopamine addict. Suddenly, the blonde man's eyes widened as he remembered that the same user was the one who shared the address of the mysterious convenience store. feeling a cold sweat trickle down his face. The protagonist finds it very strange that someone who hates him so much seems to know absolutely everything about his life online. He recalls the comments from his last guide and remembers that the blonde guy was the first to comment, right after his most loyal follower. To test his suspicions, the protagonist reveals himself to be merely a fan who knew all the guides by heart and asks if the blonde man himself didn't also faithfully read all the posts embarrassed at being exposed. The boy shyly looks away and confirms in a very low voice that, yes, his face turns completely red with embarrassment at having his secret readings exposed like that. With a forced and very awkward smile, he admits that he really did follow every detail of those strategies, but his shyness quickly gives way to fury when he starts yelling in the snow, cursing the guide's author for blocking him even after he had liked and commented on all the posts. Seeing that tantrum, the protagonist finally understands that the blonde boy didn't truly hate him, but was simply throwing a fit of pique because he had been blocked by his idol. He finds the whole situation amusing, but inwardly regrets being reincarnated alongside such an obsessive and noisy fan. Still, he begins to think that the boy might not be such a bad person after all, increasing his regard for him somewhat. The blonde man cuts the conversation short and asks again what they are going to do to ensure their survival from now on. With an enigmatic smile full of hidden meanings, the protagonist reveals that the plan has already begun. He points to the immense mansion before them and announces that he will use the famous illegitimate son strategy. This daring tactic was one of the most complex and dangerous guides he himself had shared with the gaming community. The Cola Zone is located in an extremely cold region on the edge of the continent and is ruled with an iron fist by a powerful military faction. The absolute leader and feared commander of this entire armed force goes by the name of Hayden Goodman, and the essence of the strategy lies precisely in disguising oneself and convincing this ruthless man that the protagonist is his illegitimate son and rightful heir. The blonde boy immediately panics and asks if he's finally gone mad for even considering such a suicidal plan. He begs the protagonist to abandon the idea, warning that the reality of that cruel world is very different from a simple computer video game. Ignoring the warnings, the boy turns his back and says that if he's afraid, he should go his own way alone. The blonde man chases after him, annoyed, stammering that he's not scared and just wants to know if this crazy plan is actually feasible. He argues that for this charade to work, they will have to deceive the Supreme Commander and that if they are caught lying, they will literally lose their heads. The protagonist mocks his exaggerated reaction, while the blonde man rants that he's only trying to protect his life. Deep down, the boy perfectly understands why his companion is so terrified by the current situation. After all, they were mysteriously thrown into a dangerous game overnight. Being trapped in an apocalyptic scenario in the bodies of 10-year-old children would justify the panic of any normal person. However, upon placing his hand on his own chest, the protagonist notices something extremely curious about himself. He notices that inexplicably, he feels absolutely no fear of dying in that place. On the contrary, since waking up in that hostile universe, he feels a fantastic rush of adrenaline and realizes that the game still has a lot of dopamine to offer him. He turns around with complete confidence and states that he doesn't care in the slightest about dying, trying to carry out his daring plan. He even humorously theorizes that perhaps death in that game is the only way for them to return to the real world. The blonde man swallowed hard in horror, unable to believe the coldness and madness of that reasoning. The protagonist simply breaks into a wide smile as he feels the adrenaline surge, causing the blonde boy to yell that he's a real psychopath. Not knowing what else to do to argue, the blonde man begins to tear out his own hair in a fit of silent frustration. He takes a deep breath and asks what he should do, since the protagonist clearly doesn't need help to execute his main plan. The young man smiles confidently and says he already knows exactly the perfect place to send his timid companion. Then he directly asks if the blond boy has ever served in the army, and the boy indignantly replies that he just turned 20 years old in the real world. Upon hearing this, the protagonist finally understands why he behaves like such a petulant and spoiled child. Since the blond boy hadn't yet completed his mandatory military service in his past life, the protagonist smiles, saying that this fits perfectly into his plans. He displays an extremely confident and mysterious demeanor, leaving his companion even more confused. Directly ahead rise the immense fortified walls of the dreaded military base that controls that icy region. Heavily armed guards watch the entrance gates with utmost attention. It is at this moment that the protagonist coldly announces that the blond man will enlist in the army immediately. The boy almost fell backward in fright and asked, completely horrified, why on earth he would have to become a soldier all of a sudden. The protagonist recalls that, according to the game, they are just two orphans without a roof over their heads or family to protect them. He explains that humanity divided itself into these 9 safe zones for the sole purpose of protecting itself against terrifying alien creatures. It all began with the first major catastrophe of the Ice Age, triggered by the collision of a colossal meteor from space. Along with the impact, bizarre, bloodthirsty alien monsters began to emerge from every corner of the planet. It was because of this constant threat that the Unicorn Zone decided to flee and build a floating city in the skies. Meanwhile, the Beer Zone became isolated in the depths of the ocean, while all the other remaining areas were forced to constantly fight against the beasts to avoid being decimated. The protagonist knows that by enlisting now, they will inevitably be dragged into a bloody war of extermination against these monsters. According to the game's unforgiving system, even at only 10 years old, they will be forced to take up arms and go to the front lines, as they are orphans abandoned to their own fate. This is the only survival option left for them. He argues that joining the army guarantees shelter, food, and the perfect opportunity to learn how to handle firearms for self-defense. With few viable options, the blond boy lets out a long sigh and ends up accepting the situation, but soon remembers another big problem. He despairs when he realizes he doesn't know a single word of English, and wonders how he will survive in the midst of a foreign army. At that moment, the protagonist remembers that the game was never released in Korean, making him laugh at the fact that he had to study English on his own in the past just to be able to write his guides. The two continue walking through the incessant snow that falls on the rooftops of the fortified village. Immediately afterwards, the protagonist personally delivers the official envelope containing the enlistment request, sealed with red wax. He returns to his companion and informs him that the registration was successfully submitted and that now they just need to wait for the result. Since that region accepts 10-year-old children into its ranks due to a shortage of soldiers, approval is practically guaranteed. The blond man begins to complain hysterically about the lack of a translation into his native language, unaware that the protagonist had already secretly filled out and translated his entire registration form. To calm him down, the young man says that all he needs to do from now on is just salute and answer "yes, sir" to his superiors. He takes the opportunity to draw the blond man's attention to another intriguing detail he's been noticing around him. He remarks that it seems they are the only survivors there who converse using the Korean language. However, none of the soldiers or NPCs in that region seem to care or find that language strange. The protagonist theorizes that this must be part of the game's lore itself, since people of dozens of different nationalities were forced to coexist after the apocalypse. He instructs the boy to record any confidential information only in Korean, ensuring that no local NPC can read his secrets. Furthermore, he warns that once they enter the base, the two will no longer be able to walk together for quite some time. The blond man is shocked to discover that they will follow completely separate paths until the protagonist is recognized as the commander's heir. Suspecting his companion's ease with military routine, the blond man asks if he has served in the army in a past life. With a suspicious look, he suggests that the protagonist abandon his outlandish plan and enlist with him in the regular troops. He calls his partner selfish, but the protagonist patiently explains that solo infiltration is necessary and that the plan will work much faster if executed that way. The young man repeats the word silently, lost in thought about what the future holds for them. He begins to wonder if other real-world players were also transported there and how many of them might be hiding in that same combat zone. He decides he needs to establish a very strict security protocol in case he crosses paths with any of these intruders in the future. He gives the blond man his final instructions to memorize the plan and avoid making any silly mistakes that could ruin everything. Saying goodbye coldly, he warns that from that moment on, each one will play for themselves, leaving the blond boy completely stunned. The blond man runs after him desperately and shouts that he forgot to mention a crucial detail before leaving. He demands to know what English name the protagonist invented to put on his enlistment form. The protagonist simply says he'll find out when the officers call him, while a sergeant examines the paper with an extremely confused expression. In the base courtyard, the officer shouts, "Darling outsider's name," loudly, making the boy almost faint from embarrassment. Hearing the call in the background, the protagonist smiles with satisfaction, realizing that his roommate's application was accepted without any problem. Now free to focus on his own goals, he knows he needs to take the next step in his journey. Your first major challenge will be to locate the tomb of a mysterious woman named Luna Moon. It is in the grave of this poor woman that the sacred pendant is buried, serving as definitive proof for him to pass himself off as the illegitimate son of the leader. According to the game's official lore, the feared Commander Hayden originally belonged to a completely different combat zone. Before becoming the supreme leader of that military faction, he nearly lost his life in battle, but was miraculously rescued by an anonymous soldier. The name of that brave soldier was Luna Moon. Sometime later, after joining forces under the same army flag, she and Hayden fell deeply in love and ended up having a child. However, contrary to all expectations of a happy ending, the ambitious military man decided to marry the daughter of the former commander-in-chief. Before setting off to assume absolute power, he solemnly swore that he would send for Luna Moon and her bastard son as soon as he consolidated his new position. But unfortunately, he could never fulfill that promise of love. That's because, shortly after Hayden left, the young doctor simply disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a loud shard of glass shatters the silence of the night, startling the protagonist, who was lost in thought. A man passing by becomes suspicious of the noise, while the protagonist quickly hides behind the shadows of a wooden cabin. He breathes a sigh of relief at not having been discovered, knowing that any slip-up at this point would ruin his entire disguise. He remembers that, during his computer games, Commander Hayden would always order his soldiers to relentlessly search every inch of that cold region, very carefully, so as not to make a sound. He pushes the heavy stone lid of an ancient tomb in the middle of the frozen cemetery. He peers into the tomb with a very focused and serious gaze. The man spent his entire life searching for her, never imagining that his beloved had already passed away many years ago. Although he feels a slight remorse for violating someone's eternal rest, the protagonist knows he has no other choice if he wants to survive. It is precisely inside that tomb that the indispensable item for putting his illegitimate son's strategy into practice is hidden. As he reached out to touch the remains, he felt something glow brightly in the darkness of the tomb. He notices that the surrounding soil is extremely soft and fluffy, which triggers a huge alarm bell in his mind. The young man begins to seriously suspect that another reincarnated player may have arrived at the cemetery before him. Years ago, a terrible epidemic ravaged the miserable slums where the generous doctor resided. While all the healthy residents fled in terror to save their own lives, she insisted on staying to care for the sick. Unfortunately, she also ended up contracting the fatal disease, and the few remaining survivors decided to erect that tomb in her honor. A lone crow silently watches from atop the snowdrift as the protagonist continues his quest. He laments the tragic fate of such a noble and kind character in the midst of that cruel world. However, that isolation turned out to be perfect for his plans, as not even the commander's troops were able to locate that grave. To his surprise, the lid of the wooden coffin was already open, confirming his worst suspicions. Looking at the skeleton, he immediately notices that the commander's military identification amulet is no longer there. In the game's traditional route, the plan was to retrieve this military identification tag from Luna Moon's grave and deliver it directly to Hayden. This metal object was the only acceptable proof for the commander to recognize the boy as his true, illegitimate son. Looking at the empty neck of the skeleton, he realizes that his hunch that there was another player in the area was entirely correct. The protagonist laments arriving too late and missing the chance to obtain the military name tag, but instead of despairing, he simply gives a wry smile, realizing that the game has just become much more interesting. He's not worried in the slightest, because he possesses a secret piece of information that no other ordinary player knows about the true proof of paternity. The protagonist never revealed this in his public guides, but the true gift of love that Hayden gave her wasn't the common name tag. He reaches out resolutely toward the skeleton to retrieve the true hidden treasure. This is the Moonstone Ring, a legendary item forged from a fragment of the same meteorite that devastated the planet. Although the standard method involved using name tags, the protagonist smiles, knowing that the other player's theft forced him to resort to this far more valuable item. He imagines that even after her tomb was violated, the deceased doctor would never have wanted that ring to fall into the wrong hands. Standing before the coffin, he sincerely apologizes to the deceased doctor for disturbing her rest and announces that he will pretend to be her son from now on. He vows that should he succeed in becoming the rightful heir to power, he will care for and treat the commander with the respect of a true father. With the ring gleaming in his hands, he vows to himself that he will do absolutely everything to stay alive in that nightmarish scenario. The moment he holds the ring, an intense burst of bluish energy engulfs his entire body in an overwhelming way. A system notification warns that he has taken a crucial step towards the secrets of the end of the world, frightening the protagonist who fears attracting the attention of the surrounding guards. Next, the floating screen reveals that the inventory, profile, and messaging systems have been partially unlocked. In addition to offering an exclusive benefit for completing the game, the young man is intrigued by the unexpected reward and begins to consider using the chat to contact other survivors in the real world. He decides to leave the chat tab for later and confirms the command to unlock his veteran player benefit. The system officially welcomes you as a dopamine addict and grants you the right to inherit several legendary titles earned in your previous playthroughs. He explains that the effects of these accumulated titles are extremely useful in influencing the opinions of the characters in the story according to their past achievements. Since he will have to face the dreaded commander the next day, he decides to immediately equip the title of Luna Moon's friend. Analyzing his enormous advantage, he realizes that, as the only one to have completed all the game's routes, all the other reincarnated players will have to start playing from absolute zero. But, as he stares intently at the ring gleaming on his finger, the protagonist notices something strange and begins to question the true intentions of those who trapped them in that world. Suddenly, a system screen appears confirming that the special abilities of the newly acquired title are being activated in the area. The protagonist is intrigued to realize that the effects of the friendship bond with the deceased are already taking effect. Since this type of message usually only appears when there's an important character nearby. He looks around the silent cemetery, intrigued by being completely alone there. He decides not to focus too much on that for now and grips the handle of his shovel tightly. Deciding to ignore the mystery, the young man begins to cover the coffin with snow and loose earth to leave the grave exactly as it was before. While working, he begins to wonder if the other mysterious player who stole the name tag has already left for the commander's mansion. He decides to go to Hayden's immense official residence, feeling some pity for the audacity of the intruder who tried to steal his plan. As he approached the heavily guarded gates, the sentinels stopped him and suspiciously asked what a child was doing in that restricted area. Displaying his cutest, most innocent, childlike face, the protagonist lies, saying he possesses crucial information about the people the Supreme Leader is searching for. To their surprise, the guards exchange astonished glances and comment that the young master was absolutely right in predicting that someone else would appear. One of the soldiers signals for him to follow, informing him that the young master is already waiting for his arrival inside the mansion. As he walks through the luxurious corridors of the mansion, the protagonist realizes that things are taking a very different turn than he had initially planned. He tries to understand who this influential person might be and whether they are actively hunting other real-world players. Upon entering a large hall, a young and confident voice gives you an official welcome. Before him stand two children dressed in army military uniforms, and the group leader directly asks if the protagonist is also a player. The protagonist's system activates and identifies the red-haired boy as Tae Jong Tae Sebiance, while the leader tells him not to be so defensive. The dark-haired boy explains with a confident smile that they can converse openly in Korean, since none of the local guards would understand the language. The protagonist simply stares at him coldly, replying that he already knew very well about that linguistic detail of the game. He assumes the boy doesn't seem hostile for sharing information so freely, but wonders why he would be waiting for other competitors to arrive. The dark-haired boy finds the protagonist too hasty and suggests they properly introduce themselves before discussing important business. The young man is suspicious of that friendly attitude and tries to guess what the real intentions are behind the mix-up of names. Since those boys' systems haven't been fully unlocked yet, he knows they have no way of reading his own player profile information. He decides to use the same disguise as before and falsely presents himself as T-Bastard, planning to deceive them in the same way he did with his blonde companion. The host steps forward with an imposing posture and decides to do the honors of introducing himself first. Proudly displaying the dog tag stolen from the grave, he brazenly lies, claiming to be the legendary dopamine addict. The protagonist is completely shocked and speechless when he sees someone trying to steal his own virtual identity right in front of him. The imposter lets out an arrogant chuckle, presuming the protagonist's silence is due to him already knowing the fame of the community's great strategist. He begins to boast, saying that he used to be an extremely popular and respected figure in all the game's discussion forums. While the liar boasts about being the first to complete all the secret routes, the protagonist feels tremendous second-hand embarrassment and wonders if he himself seemed so annoying online. Next, the imposter says that the protagonist seems to have invaded the place without any kind of concrete plan and rudely suggests that he turn around and leave. He displays the stolen metal pendant and mocks the situation, saying it's simply impossible to initiate that infiltration tactic without having proof of paternity in hand. The protagonist stares at him thoughtfully, while the imposter comments that all that audacity in breaking into the mansion might still have some use for him. The imposter then makes a bizarre proposition, inviting the protagonist to work as his personal lackey in exchange for protection, just like the other red-haired boy already did. The red-haired boy remains in absolute silence beside his leader. observing the negotiation with a distant gaze. It is at this moment that the protagonist finally understands the entire dark dynamic that is happening inside. He realizes that the players who failed to adapt quickly to that new, hostile world ended up being eliminated before even attempting any survival strategy. On the other hand, those who survived are now trying to reunite, and that imposter was merely hunting naive pawns to serve as cannon fodder for his plans. To become the rightful heir to the feared commander in the future, the villain knows he will need disposable henchmen to do all the dirty work for him. When the boy asks if he needs time to think about the submission proposal, the protagonist immediately refuses, without the slightest intention of allying himself with that charlatan. He grins sarcastically and tells the imposter to call the commander right away, indignant at the audacity of seeing someone using his own strategies so poorly. He promises to testify in favor of the liar before the commander, determined to teach him a real lesson and show him how to execute that tactic professionally. Satisfied with the answer, the imposter turns his back and leaves the room to summon the supreme commander of the military faction. Taking advantage of the liar's brief absence, the protagonist decides to act quickly. He turns to the red-haired boy who remained in the room and calls him over to talk. Curious to understand their alliance, the protagonist asks if the redhead also intended to use the bastard son tactic and ended up being forced to ally with the imposter. To his surprise, the redhead timidly denies it and reveals that he actually woke up in the same place as his leader from the beginning of that journey. The protagonist is intrigued by the fact that they shared the same starting point and finds the boy surprisingly sincere and cooperative. He tries to understand why the redhead would follow the orders of such an obvious charlatan, suggesting that he could simply have enlisted in the regular army on his own. The boy grimaces in despair and confesses that the last thing he wanted in his new life was to have to face the exhausting routine of military service again. Seeing the strong physical build of that hesitant ally, the protagonist quickly understands the real reason why the imposter is so keen to keep him close as a human shield. The commander holds the protagonist's hand affectionately, relieved to confirm that he hadn't been imagining things when he saw him. However, upon looking at his own skin, the young man notices with astonishment that all his injuries have completely disappeared. He can hardly believe that the painful injury from before has disappeared without a trace. He focuses his gaze thoughtfully, trying to understand what has just happened to his body. He examines her intact skin and confirms that the miracle of instant healing really did happen there. He remembers how the food simply vanished from his plate earlier, just like what happens when an item is consumed in a game, and deduces that the rapid healing of injuries must follow the same virtual logic. The young man reflects on how the whole reincarnation experience has been extremely bizarre from the very first moment he realizes that since taking on that child's body, he has never felt the slightest sensation of hunger. According to the system's hidden rules, eating food only serves to restore the character's hit points, negating the biological need to eat due to hunger. It's clear that the exact mechanics of the video game were applied literally directly to their physical reality. This means that the protagonist doesn't need to worry about daily meals and that any injury he suffers will be automatically regenerated. Since this physical advantage wasn't listed among the exclusive veteran benefits, he assumes it's a standard privilege granted to all humans transported there. In a playful move, he plans to test the limits of this regeneration by forcing his red-haired fan to eat a piece of bread later. Back in reality, he is unsure how he should explain the sudden disappearance of his injury to the commander. The young man tries to come up with an excuse, but the military leader interrupts him gently, saying that he doesn't need to explain anything at all. The man nostalgically reveals that the deceased Luna Moon also possessed this same mysterious ability of spontaneous healing, leaving the protagonist shocked. The commander confesses that over the years, dozens of imposters have appeared at his door, swearing they were his real, legitimate sons. Since they were all blatantly lying in order to inherit power, the military expelled them without any mercy. Looking at his reflection in his cup, the commander is deeply grateful that the young man has finally appeared to meet him. The two remained savoring the banquet in a rather comfortable silence in the immense dining room. However, the protagonist whispers to himself that he finds it all extremely strange and suspicious. He knows very well that in the history of video games, there were no NPCs capable of using healing powers, besides the fact that Luna is just a fictional character faced with so many inexplicable coincidences. He begins to strongly suspect that the deceased doctor may also have been a real-world gambler in the past. Although relieved that he didn't blow his disguise, the protagonist realizes that he now has many more mysteries to investigate in that universe. He needs to discover why the mystical ring, which served only as a symbol of the couple's love, hides such profound secrets about the end of the world. He also wants to uncover whether Luna truly possessed real healing powers and what really happened in her past. The young man considers questioning the military leader directly, but decides to postpone the idea so as not to raise suspicions and to focus first on consolidating his position as heir gathering his courage. He calls the commander in a soft, polite voice in the middle of the meal. The man appears completely open and gives the boy permission to ask any question he wants. The protagonist requests to organize a monthly banquet for all the needy children in the village, triggering the progress of his mission within the system. The commander finds the bizarre request to eat with other children strange and questions the real reason behind that act of charity. Displaying empathy, the protagonist lies, saying that he feels very blessed to have that abundant food and that he wants to help the orphaned children suffering from the extreme cold outside. It's clear that all that talk of kindness is just a very well-constructed facade by the protagonist. Since only reincarnated players can consume food in that universe, he plans to use the feast to easily identify any real-world humans who infiltrate the base. By bringing everyone together at a single table, it will be much simpler to find and control your known online allies to use them in your plans. Furthermore, he will be able to easily win the unwavering trust of all the young people his age who will work for him in the future. The commander silently considers the proposal, and the protagonist's plan now depends entirely on the leader's approval. The young man understands the soldier's hesitation, knowing that from a political standpoint, that charity banquet could be seen as a sign of weakness by the other factions. He calmly takes a sip of his tea, confident that the request is not impossible to fulfill. Seeing the doubt in the commander's eyes due to the costs, the protagonist decides to appeal to his emotions. With a sad and downcast expression, he humbly says that he can be content with just a glass of plain water. The red-haired boy stares at the protagonist with eyes shining with hope, tremblingly asking if he is indeed his great internet idol. The boy explains that since the redhead hasn't unlocked his own game system yet, he would never be able to discover the truth on his own. However, the protagonist proves his identity by reading aloud his secret nickname in the community, Taijong Taisi Beyonce. He smiles disdainfully, commenting that it would be simply impossible for a true dopamine addict to fail at such a basic strategy. The redhead bows in exaggerated apologies and sighs in relief upon realizing that his idol would never make such an amateur mistake. He excitedly throws himself into the protagonist's arms, who asks him to speak quietly so as not to end up revealing his true identity to the other people in the mansion. The young man knows that, in that hostile and lawless world, not all the players he encounters along the way will necessarily be friendly. He instructs the boy to call him only by the name Haydem Goodman from now on, pretending to be the commander's legitimate son. The protagonist promises that, if he cooperates faithfully, he will guarantee his absolute survival within that frozen zone, and that he will do this without the boy actually having to serve in the army as a regular soldier, leaving the redhead extremely excited about the partnership proposal. Although the Cola Zone is considered one of the easiest areas in the entire game, the challenges that await you are still immense. Trapped in the limited body of a 10-year-old child, the protagonist knows he will need to gather as many trusted allies as possible to survive. He puts his hand in his pocket with determination and decides to focus on his next big goal. A new system notification appears on the screen announcing the start of the secret mission about the mysteries of the apocalypse. The young man already knew beforehand that each of the safe zones concealed a special item forged from meteorite fragments. However, that was the first time in his entire experience with the game that a system window about the secrets of the apocalypse had appeared. He realizes that the system began to partially unlock itself soon after he got his hands on Luna Moon's relic. This means that the more special meteorite items he manages to collect in the other zones, the closer he will be to unraveling the great mystery of that end of the world. If before he thought that his only mission was to prevent the final catastrophe, now he realizes that he will have to unravel all the dark secrets behind it. The protagonist gives a wry smile as he realizes that the reality of that world is in fact much more complex than the rules of the game showed. He instructs the redhead to tell the commander that he was completely deceived by the deceased imposter as soon as the leader returns to the room. Since the boy was accompanying the fake son, he will inevitably become a suspect, and the protagonist promises to introduce him to another trusted player as soon as they leave. He reveals that the ally in question goes by the nickname Room Corner Hubby, and the redhead immediately recognizes him as the foul-mouthed user who was always arguing in the comments. The young man asks the redhead to get into character and feign dementia when they meet in person in the future, and the boy immediately agrees. Suddenly, the red-haired boy hesitates for a moment and decides to bring up another rather intriguing subject. He comments that he strongly suspects that the true owner of the nickname T-Bastard has also reincarnated in that same world. The protagonist turns around in surprise and asks how he could possibly know such a confidential detail. The boy explains that, soon after the store's address was leaked online, the main hardcore gamers started mysteriously disappearing from the forum, which made him go there out of pure curiosity. He says that he ended up meeting a strange young man at the convenience store, and that when they talked, the young man introduced himself as the owner of that account. The redhead recalls that the boy was buying a kitchen knife with the explicit intention of testing the secret route to that hidden zone. After all, that was considered the most difficult and coveted secret zone in the entire game. The redhead comments that, right after, the boy paid for the purchase and calmly headed towards the exit of the store. This means that the initial reincarnation zone for that unlucky player was precisely the dangerous knife area. The protagonist swallows hard upon realizing that the poor guy ended up at the worst possible starting point due to his leaked address. Intrigued by the account, the young man asks if the redhead actually witnessed the moment when the real T-Bastard was hit on the head before reincarnating. The boy's eyes widen in confusion, and he asks what he's talking about, while the protagonist explains that the clerk brutally hit him with the barcode reader. The protagonist is shocked to discover that the redhead did not suffer any kind of physical aggression before waking up in that world. He begins to find it extremely unfair that he was the only one to be brutally beaten by that psychopathic clerk at the convenience store. Putting his frustrations aside, he takes a deep breath and asks the boy to focus only on the emergency plan in case the guards question him. Suddenly, the immense double wooden doors of the hall begin to open slowly, drawing the attention of the two boys. One of the guard soldiers appears in the doorway and warns seriously that the commander is summoning the dark-haired boy immediately. The protagonist exchanges a knowing glance with his new ally and replies firmly that he is already on his way to the meeting. He walks purposefully through the luxurious dining room of the mansion, where the imposing leader awaits him alone at the head of the immense table. The young man notices that the commander is looking at him with an extremely gentle gaze and attributes that warm reception to the absurd effects of his legendary title. Hayden Goodman apologizes for the delay and kindly explains that he had to send his roommate back to the dorm because he wasn't feeling well. He emotionally confides that he has spent the last few years of his life tirelessly searching every corner of the continent for Luna Moon and his lost heir masterfully maintaining his charade. The protagonist lowers his head sadly and replies that his mother was hiding in a miserable shack on the outskirts of the local slum. The commander's eyes widen in shock upon discovering that his great love was living in such precarious conditions, and he asks for her exact whereabouts. The young man swallows hard and reveals in a trembling voice that the indicated location is, in fact, the cemetery where her grave rests, causing the man to clench his fist tightly on the table. Hayden Goodman bitterly regrets failing in his past promise, and solemnly vows to do absolutely everything in his power to make it up to the boy for all those lost years. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Commander Hayden Goodman solemnly declares that he will make the protagonist his sole successor and heir to his entire empire. At the same instant, the system's blue screen confirms that the illegitimate child's route has been completed and unlocks access to the famous 3-reward strategy. The protagonist knows that in order to rise to the highest position in the Cola Zone, he will need to manage very wisely the 3 wishes he will make to the military leader. When the commander directly asks the boy what he wants to receive, he already knows exactly what his first request will be. The boy looks at the military leader seriously and asks him to visit his deceased mother's grave as often as possible. The real plan behind this is to make everyone see how much the leader cares about him, as well as accumulating valuable succession points by having him travel through the favela. Hayden nods immediately with a heavy heart, promising that he will make sure to visit her grave from now on. With the first wish successfully granted by the system, the protagonist begins to carefully plan the 2 remaining rewards. The commander stares at the boy in silence for a few moments, trying to calm the flood of emotions in his chest. He decides it's time to shift the focus a bit from that heavy and painful conversation. He suggests that the 2 begin by eating the delicacies served on the palace dining table. The protagonist is astonished to see extremely rare dishes such as real meat, potatoes, and fresh salads, which are almost impossible to find in that world of eternal winter. The military leader apologizes for the simple meal prepared in haste, but the young man politely assures him that the food is more than enough. Meanwhile, in the other room, the red-haired boy continues to beg room corner hubby for forgiveness for all the previous trouble. Determined to enjoy the luxurious food, the protagonist bites into a piece of warm, tasty bread. Suddenly, an intense light shines on his hand, causing him to clench his fist in fright at the unexpected reaction. He panics when he realizes the piece of bread has simply vanished from his hand before he even had a chance to chew. With a metallic clang echoing through the dining room, Commander Hayden quickly stands up and firmly grasps the boy's hand. The protagonist trembles with fear, believing that his deception has been completely discovered by the cunning military leader. However, the commander just stares at him with fascination, commenting that he wasn't really going crazy seeing what had just happened. He points to the boy's perfectly clean fingers, revealing that the small cuts and bruises have completely disappeared. The protagonist stares at his own hand, unable to believe that his injuries vanished in the blink of an eye. He examines the perfectly healed skin and remembers that it was full of scratches from hard work in the cemetery. The boy quickly makes the logical connection that the food consumed in the game is instantly absorbed by the body to regenerate the character's lost health points. On second thought, he realizes that the signs that this world operated under the rules of video games were present from the very beginning. He recalls that from the moment he awoke in that childlike body, he never felt any hint of hunger or thirst. That unusual physical resistance and the fact that food restores the user's health are mechanics unique to the original game's system. He realizes that video game gameplay concepts are being applied directly to real life in an impressive way. This fantastic discovery means he will never have to worry about daily meals again, and will be able to heal any serious injury instantly. Since this crucial detail was not included in his veteran bonus, he deduces that this special healing ability is a standard perk shared by all reincarnated players. He decides he will need to secretly test the exact limits of this regenerative power with his new red-haired lackey later. The young man tries to concoct a convincing lie to explain that inexplicable phenomenon to the man in front of him. But when he tries to stammer an excuse, the commander gently interrupts him, saying that he doesn't need to bother explaining anything. With tears in her eyes, Hayden reveals that Luna Moon herself also possessed that exact same miraculous healing ability. He says that over the years, dozens of imposters have tried to pass themselves off as his illegitimate son using false evidence. But, since none of them possessed that unique gift of healing, the commander always knew that all the others were just self-serving liars, gazing at the reflection of his beloved in a teacup. The military leader sincerely thanks the protagonist for returning to his arms. The two continue their meal in a deep, reflective silence. However, the protagonist whispers to himself that the whole revelation is extremely strange. From what he remembered of his hours of gameplay, no non-playable character from the original universe possessed the gift of healing. This inconsistency with the original story makes the young man strongly suspect that the deceased doctor might also have been a real-world player. Although relieved that he didn't blow his cover, he realizes that he now has much bigger mysteries to investigate. He needs to find out why the couple's mystical ring hides secrets about the end of the world, and to find out if Luna Moon really had that natural healing power, or if it was all part of the game's system. The boy considers the idea of questioning the commander directly, but quickly dismisses the option for fear of ruining the charade. He decides that his absolute priority before raising any suspicion must be to secure and consolidate his official position as heir. Wiping his mouth composurely, he draws the commander's attention once more. The young man asks for permission and says he would like to make his second request as a reward. With the leader's approval, he requests permission to hold monthly banquets with other children his age, and the system registers his second wish. When the commander asks the reason for such an unusual wish, the protagonist sadly explains that there are many abandoned orphans suffering from the cold and hunger outside. He continues his performance in a humble tone of voice, commenting that he was very lucky to receive that food and that he would like to give back by helping needy children. However, his true charitable plan is quite different, as he knows that only real players possess the ability to instantly absorb food in that universe. This means that by gathering several orphans at a banquet, he will be able to easily identify who the other real players are and bring them to his side much more easily. Furthermore, he will be able to win the trust and loyalty of young people his age who will work for him in the future, creating a perfect win-win situation for everyone. But for this brilliant plan to succeed, everything will first depend on the commander accepting your unusual request. He fully understands the leader's hesitation, since from a military and political standpoint, creating banquets for the orphans of the slums could be seen as an unnecessary social welfare program. In any case, he knows very well that it is not an impossible wish to fulfill with the army's budget. Seeing the hesitation on his adoptive father's face, the protagonist decides to appeal to sentimentality to force a favorable decision. He feigns pitiful shyness, humbly claiming that he doesn't want to cause any expense and that he'll be perfectly fine drinking just a glass of pure water. The boy recounts with a suffering look that, during the difficult times of misery on the streets, he was forced to eat snow to stave off his hunger. With a heartbreaking expression, he asks the leader to consider his small request with kindness and places his empty cup on the table. To deliver the emotional coup de grace to the man, he blushes and calls him Dad for the first time, in a rather timid way. The commander's heart instantly softens at that affectionate gesture, and he slams the gavel, promising that he will organize the first banquet at the beginning of next month. Later that same night, the corridors of the luxurious military mansion are enveloped in a deep, calm silence. Commander Hayden Goodman enters the protagonist's room to tuck him in and wishes the boy a good night's sleep. Lying comfortably under the covers, the young man responds politely and wishes his leader a good night. The man gives a sweet smile and prepares to leave the room with a warm heart. Hayden tenderly confesses that she knows the boy must harbor many resentments and doubts about the reasons that led him to marry another woman in the past. He reaches out to gently stroke the boy's hair, commenting sadly that it might be too difficult for him to understand such political secrets at his current age. He promises that, when the right moment comes, he will reveal everything he knows about the past and asks the young man to do the same for his part. The boy simply nods politely, agreeing to the leader's conditions. Relieved by his supposed son's docile response, the commander says that's enough for now and decides to let him rest. He walks calmly towards the exit of the room, but stops for a moment before crossing the threshold. With a tender look, he whispers that the boy can always call him father whenever he wants, then withdraws under the moonlight. Alone in his room, the protagonist smiles contentedly, realizing that his dramatic performance was much more successful than he expected. He knows it will take a long time to see that man as a real father, but he decides that he will use the bond of affection without scruples whenever necessary to ensure the safety of his future shelter. Suddenly, a bright system screen appears in front of you with the bombshell notification that Global Player Chat has finally been activated. He jumps out of bed completely terrified, realizing that another real player in that world also managed to unlock the game system. The system asks if he wants to enter the public chat room, and the boy immediately accepts the invitation to test his theories about meteorite relics. Without hesitation, he extends his finger and presses the confirmation button to enter the virtual room. The screen lights up, confirming that the user dopamine addict has joined the online survivors chat. But what really makes his hair stand on end is seeing the message that the user, T-Bastard, has just joined the same chat room. He reasons that, if the blonde guy was right, the real owner of that account must be trapped in the dreaded knife zone, and depending on his meteorite relic to survive the massacre, that specific area of the game was a veritable nest of psychopaths and merciless killers, where the weakest were systematically hunted through the streets because of this absurd level of danger. The only viable survival strategy to overcome that route consisted of committing a total massacre of all the district's inhabitants. It seemed like an impossible task for an ordinary 10-year-old child to accomplish, but the protagonist knew the secret to achieving that feat. The secret lay in using the meteorite dagger from that hidden area, a legendary weapon that guaranteed the elimination of any enemy with just a single, well-aimed blow. Obviously, completing that brutal route was no easy feat, and the boy himself remembers failing and dying countless times on the computer before finally managing to beat it. He is extremely impressed by the fact that T-Bastard not only survived that hellish route, but also unlocked the system so early. The protagonist only manages a slight smile as he realizes that the reality of that world is in fact much more complex than the rules of the game showed. On the contrary, ever since he woke up in that hostile universe, he feels a fantastic rush of adrenaline and realizes that the game still has a lot of dopamine to offer him. He turns around with complete confidence and states that he doesn't care at all about dying, trying to carry out his daring plan. He quickly confirms on his screen that yes, and types back that he is the true creator of the guides, trying to remain calm in the face of this digital reunion, but he almost falls out of bed when he reads T-Bastard's shocking reply, who promises to meet him in person only to kill him for sending him to that cursed zone. The following morning, the sun's rays illuminate the snow-covered rooftops of the large and imposing military fortress. A young cadet opens the door to the protagonist's room, and urgently informs him that the base director is requesting his immediate presence. The protagonist gets up quickly and walks to the living room window, silently reflecting on the bizarre events of the previous night. He is trying to decide what his next destination will be in order to continue advancing his plan to conquer territory. He remembers the hard work he had to do last night, trying to calm T-Bastard's murderous rage and convince him that they were in the same boat. Knowing the destructive potential of that fellow player, the protagonist focuses on his priorities and decides that he will need to use the system's secrets to convince the dangerous warrior to cooperate once and for all. Even though the protagonist swears he wasn't responsible for sending him to that place, T-Bastard angrily types that he will do everything to find him and eliminate him if he survives. The boy perfectly understands his rival's anger and reflects that, in a way, that burning desire for revenge may be the only motivation that will keep him alive in the midst of that hell. With that in mind, he decides to send a provocative message of encouragement, challenging his rival to survive the knife zone in order to try and kill him in the glue zone. Since that last provocation the previous night, silence reigns in the chat room with no new replies sent. While walking through the military base the following morning, the protagonist deduces that his rival must be too busy fighting for his life, but is interrupted by a mysterious voice. He turns around in fright and comes face to face with a man wearing glasses and with long hair who was focused on a shooting session in the training yard. The subject introduces himself as Mursal Pendleton and comments disdainfully that he just met a supposed heir yesterday and that today he is already dealing with another. The protagonist immediately recognizes that the man is the feared director Mursal, known for being the right-hand man and personal advisor of the Supreme Commander. He recalls that, in his computer games, that man was so strategic and suspicious that the only viable tactic to overcome him was to secretly poison him before the end of the route. The counselor approaches with a cold demeanor and sternly warns that even if the boy is the leader's biological son, he must learn to show due respect to the base officers. He scoffs at the boy's origins, reminding everyone that the commander's official wife is the noble Lady Daphne, and that the protagonist is nothing more than an insignificant bastard. Seeing that the director's arrogant personality is identical to that of the video game, the protagonist decides he needs a different approach and tries to devise a plan to save his life this time. According to the official story, Mursal is an orphan who spent his childhood as a child soldier and only achieved his high rank in the army thanks to his absurd competence on the battlefield. Despite his cold and distant veteran soldier demeanor, he secretly harbored a deep desire to build a warm family where parents and children truly loved each other. His greatest dream in life was to be able to experience and protect that family, love that he never had the opportunity to know as a child. And everything started to change. The day a young and beautiful woman reached out her injured hand to him to offer medical help during a training session. It was the noblewoman Daphne Goodman, the daughter of the former Supreme Commander who commanded that same military faction. That sudden encounter made the young soldier's heart beat faster for the first time in an overwhelming way. However, because of his humble origins, he tried to convince himself that this sudden attraction was due only to the respect he felt for her noble family. He believed that harboring feelings for the commander's heiress was a silly and dangerous dream, deciding to suppress his own desires in silence, to try to forget that forbidden passion. The soldier decided to immerse himself completely in work and combat training. All that extreme dedication served only as a shield to hide his feelings and protect the base where his beloved lived. But all his quiet efforts went down the drain the day the ambitious Hayden suddenly showed up at the fortress. The newcomer married Daphne Goodman in a grand wedding and soon inherited the position of Supreme Commander by becoming the new leader's personal advisor. Mursal ended up discovering the whole dark truth behind that union. He realized that the marriage was nothing more than an alliance of political convenience, devoid of any real affection between the parties. Overcome with fury at seeing the unhappiness of the woman he loved, he stormed into the office and confronted the military leader face to face. The advisor raged, saying that he would never have interfered if his beloved had been happy, but accused the commander of not having any true love for her. Although he recognized the leader's tactical competence, he firmly demanded that the commander dissolve that marriage of appearances once and for all. Hayden coldly thanked his right-hand man for the compliment, but commented that he found all that insistence on divorce rather suspicious. He questioned why such a brilliant and sought-after soldier would focus all his energy on demanding Daphne's separation instead of trying to usurp the position of commander. The military leader calmly explained that he did not actually love his wife and that their union was purely strategic. He revealed that he was just waiting for the right moment to reunite with his real bastard son, lost in the world, and that, as soon as she found her rightful heir and passed the office on, Daphne would finally be free from that political commitment to pursue her own life. Stunned by his superior's candid revelation, Counselor Merceau was caught off guard when the commander decided to ask him a direct question. The soldier swallowed hard, awaiting the question that would define his fate. The military leader looked him in the eye and bluntly asked if he was in love with Daphne Goodman, leaving the protagonist in shock upon hearing that same classic conversation from the game. The advisor was completely speechless when his biggest secret was exposed so directly by his superior. Taking advantage of the man's hesitation, the protagonist intervenes, saying that he perfectly understands that pain because he too is an orphan who grew up abandoned on the streets. He declares with a compassionate look that he has spent his entire life dreaming of having a real family and decides that he will use a very different approach this time. The young man decides to use sentimentality to disarm the advisor's guard and win him over as his most powerful ally within that military base. He stares at the officer with concern, wondering if he hasn't overdone it a bit in his dramatic role as a sensitive boy. Fortunately, Merceau bows respectfully, apologizing for his earlier rudeness, allowing the protagonist to breathe a sigh of relief at the success of the tactic. At that same instant, a new blue system notification appears before your eyes with a very loud, audible warning. The floating panel begins to register the mass entry of several other real players into the game's public chat room. The protagonist watches everything in absolute shock, unable to understand how so many people managed to unlock the system all at once. The system confirms the login of a user named Bard, and the young man begins to suspect who this new digital presence might be. He realizes that the real culprit behind all that chaos and mass reincarnation has just joined the group and flashes a sarcastic smile. The message reveals that the follower Home Protector has just connected to the chat, sending panicked messages without understanding where he ended up. The protagonist merely observes the conversations on his tablet screen with disdain, watching the other famous forum accounts freak out over this unbelievable turn of events in their lives. The protagonist finds it amusing to see the follower Home Protector realize, quite naively, that all those people ended up reincarnating at the same convenience store because of the address he leaked. He shakes his head in disbelief as he watches the boy happily celebrating everyone's reunion in the chat, acting as if he were living in a perfect fantasy world. In fact, the danger that awaits them is immense, since, as soon as the second apocalypse begins, the easy and low difficulty zones will be the first to be brutally attacked. Because of this, survivors who started in the simpler zones will be forced to migrate quickly to higher-level areas to avoid dying. The big problem is that most newcomers focus only on surviving the beginning of the game and try to hide in easy zones, which ends up sealing their tragic fate towards total annihilation. Determined to map everyone's positions in order to devise a rescue plan, the protagonist sends a message revealing that he is in the Cola area and asks which zones the others are in. One of the users immediately replies in the public chat tab, stating that they are sheltered in the friendly love zone. Immediately afterwards, another competitor appears on screen, revealing that their starting point was the beer zone, while other survivors reveal they are in the chicken and even cocaine areas by mistake. A wave of laughter and jokes takes over the conversation about the confusion of mistaking the item for regular flour. Lying comfortably in his hotel bed, the protagonist discovers with surprise that the starting zone of the dangerous tea bastard is precisely the terrifying area of the knife upon reading that his follower Home Protector ended up in the friendly cigarette zone. He smiles, knowing that his laid-back attitude perfectly suited such a simple area. The boy thinks that the clumsy follower absolutely cannot die, because he is one of the key figures that the protagonist is determined to find alive again in the future. He admits to himself that he quite likes the boy's laid-back attitude, who keeps filling the chat with messages about the difficulties of the other competitors. A player named Dentist interrupts the relaxed atmosphere and questions the veracity of all those reincarnation theories, asking why T-Bastard himself hasn't commented on the matter. The protagonist realizes that the user in question is extremely tense and suspicious of absolutely everything he reads. Another chat member comes to the protagonist's defense, reminding him that Dopamine Addict is the only player in the world to have completed all routes and that Dentist would be missing a unique opportunity to exchange information. He reflects that, since the players cannot physically meet until the start of the next catastrophe, revealing their current location shouldn't be such a big problem for any of them. The dentist's distrust dissipates when he naively reveals that he is just an ordinary dentist in real life and doesn't even understand basic video game terminology. Quickly connecting the dots, the protagonist remembers that there was a dental clinic next to the convenience store and deduces that the poor guy ended up being drawn into the game simply because he was passing by at the time of the disaster, since the only remaining areas without a system were Candy and Unicorn, and it would be impossible for an ordinary civilian to survive in the floating area. He concludes that the dentist's current location is, in fact, the Candy Zone. The young man celebrates discreetly upon realizing that his rookie ally is in one of the easiest and safest zones on the entire game map. He thanks everyone for their honest answers and announces in the chat that he would like to ask one last crucial question about how the game works. The protagonist questions whether the prerequisite for unlocking their system was also obtaining some special meteorite item, and if any of them possess such an object. Soon, responses begin popping up on the screen, with users revealing they own meteorite earrings and even a pistol forged from the space ore. Another survivor recounts that his own military submarine uses the space fragment of meteorite as its primary energy source, while one reports possessing a dumbbell made of space metal. The rookie dentist mentions that the leader of his community made him touch a strange stone that was probably the sacred ore. One of the group members finally understands the direct connection between unlocking their special abilities and physical contact with the cosmic fragments. However, one player confesses with concern that he possesses absolutely no special object in his possession. Leaving the protagonist intrigued by this exception, the boy concludes that the game system can be activated not only by definitively possessing the item, but also by simply touching or briefly coming into contact with the meteorite's energy. To conclude his round of investigations, the protagonist sends one last question to find out if anyone else has crossed paths with other real survivors. The screen fills with varied responses, revealing that some groups of players have already joined together in other zones, while in other areas only a single survivor remains. Analyzing the reports, he realizes that although there are several players alive in the chicken and love zones, only a single individual from each group has actually managed to activate the system's abilities. This intriguing detail makes the protagonist suspect that there are other hidden criteria and conditions for the awakening of powers beyond simply touching the relic. He is also intrigued by the absolute silence coming from the Unicorn area, deciding that he will need to investigate the plans of that mysterious faction closely as the story progresses. With so many theories swirling in his mind, the young man yawns lazily in bed and realizes that he will hardly be able to sleep that winter night. He sends a final farewell message promising to help if anyone needs tactical support, while another user mocks him by asking if he won't end up sleeping through class the next day. A few days after that online conversation, the scene shifts to the imposing meeting room of the high-ranking officers at the military fortress. A stern officer belonging to the faction supporting Lady Daphne begins the debate by sharply asking if they have finally found the deserter's son. At the same moment, an advisor from the rival faction supporting the commander rages furiously, demanding respect when referring to one of the greatest heroines in the history of that colony of survivors. The debate spirals completely out of control as military personnel shout from both sides of the dinner table, exchanging grave accusations of treason and military cowardice. The heated discussion is abruptly interrupted when Commander Hayden Goodman slams his fist on the wooden table with extreme fury to impose absolute silence. A high-ranking general severely reprimands officers for raising their voices in the sovereign presence of the supreme leader of that military base. With the room finally quiet, the commander declares firmly that he himself is also very curious to put an end to that great question. He wants to know once and for all if the people in his court consider the deceased doctor a dishonorable coward, or if they actually see her as a true and valiant war heroine of that colony of survivors. With an enigmatic look, the military leader states that perhaps there is a specific person capable of answering that difficult question with complete authority. He solemnly announces that he will have the honor of presenting this person to the entire military council, ordering the opening of the great doors of the hall. At that same instant, the boy crosses the threshold, and the protagonist's system activates, spreading Luna Moon's special sympathy bonus to all the officers present in the room. Wearing an elegant and formal suit, the protagonist enters the room under the commander's official announcement that young Hayden is his true legitimate son. Although he was prepared to receive some disapproving looks, the protagonist swallows hard upon realizing the extreme hostility and tension emanating from each of those feared elite warriors. Before everyone's eyes, the young man takes firm steps towards the center of the luxurious meeting room. He realizes that this is the executive conference room, where all the most important leaders from the Cola Zone are gathered. The discussion table is divided, with half of the officers supporting the noble Daphne, while the other half supports the group that fought alongside Luna Moon. The protagonist knows that if he accepts the accusations that his mother was a deserter, he will immediately lose all support from his father's allies, but he also understands that trying to defend her as a heroine in front of all the rival officers will have immediate consequences. With complete composure, Hayden declares aloud that the discussion about whether her late mother was a deserter or a heroine is not the main point there. The boy argues that the only relevant thing is the fact that the Supreme Commander is his biological father, knowing that power struggles must be resolved with brute force. That audacity, coming from a mere child, leaves the scarred general trembling with pure hatred in the middle of the hall. Completely furious, the man stands up shouting, asking how a bastard of unknown origin dares to speak like that. The general orders the guards to capture the boy immediately, but suddenly, a violent jet of blood sprays through the air. The man's eyes widen in shock as he realizes he has been shot in the chest in front of everyone present. Merceau holds his smoking gun and asks if the young master is all right, claiming to have acted purely on instinct to protect him. A tense silence fills the room as the protagonist stares at the officer with a dark and mysterious look, with utter coldness. The boy merely laments that the beautiful clothes he received from his father ended up completely stained with blood. Even the ruthless advisor Merceau is speechless at such an apathetic reaction to death. Because of this violent incident, the important meeting of officers ends up being hastily ended. Commander Hayden Goodman simply observes the entire situation from afar with a thoughtful and enigmatic look. He is surprised to notice that a person has just died right in front of the boy, and the young man didn't even blink in shock. As they walk down the hallways, the leader admits that he already knew his supposed son was intelligent, but he didn't expect him to be so audacious. The commander then asks his advisor what he really thought of the boy after spending the last few days in charge of educating him. Merceau responds with complete sincerity that he already knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but that the young man far exceeded all his expectations. In front of a huge tactical mural filled with photos and connections, the counselor reminisces about the boy's training period. He says the boy not only mastered all formal etiquette, but memorized the history of the Goodman family, the military structure, and even Daphne's intrigues in the blink of an eye. His ability to focus and memorize was already frightening for a child, but what really shocked the officer was another detail. This refers to the boy's extraordinary and flawless accuracy during shooting tests at the training field. Merceau admits that he saw that feat with his own eyes, but that he still had a hard time believing what he was witnessing. The boy's shooting stance, calm breathing, and absolute control were worthy of a highly experienced veteran soldier. And what made it all even more bizarre was the fact that the young man asked with the utmost innocence if he had shot correctly, claiming it was the first time he had ever held a gun. In his mind, the protagonist chuckles as he recalls that, although he has the body of a child, he inherited the legendary title of magical marksman from his past life as a Korean military veteran. Merceau comments that, with a little basic training, any ordinary person would be able to hit a simple target. But Hayden's surgical precision could only be described as a true and divine natural gift for warfare. The advisor explains that impeccable aim is vital for the colony's survival, since the enemies in that cold region possess absurd defenses. He warns that the alien monsters simply won't die unless the shooter manages to hit their energy core with surgical precision. Because of this extraordinary ability, Merceau states with conviction that the young master is an indispensable asset to lead the next military subjugation campaign. But, immediately afterwards, the advisor trembles with nervousness as he realizes how absurd it is to suggest sending the commander's own heir directly to the front lines of a war. Hayden Goodman listens silently before responding briefly and mysteriously to his subordinate's analysis. In his thoughts, the commander realizes that his intuitions about the boy were completely correct from the start. He gazes at the horizon, remembering with melancholy that the eyes and determination of that young man are identical to those of the deceased Luna Moon. The following day, the snow continues to fall calmly over the barracks of the Great Survivor's fortress in the corners of the camp. The soldiers whisper excitedly about the terrible murder that occurred during the officers' meeting the previous night. They comment with surprise that Counselor Merceau personally executed a high-ranking general, raising immediate suspicions of possible severe punishment for military insubordination. However, other soldiers defend the action, explaining that the deceased general abused his authority and seriously insulted young Hayden first. But the rumor that really leaves everyone speechless is the boy's own unbelievable reaction to that bloodbath. The guards gossip in shock that while a high-ranking officer was dying brutally right in front of them, the young man seemed only concerned with not getting his elegant suit dirty. Some call him a heartless psychopath, while others argue that he plans to offer monthly banquets to win the loyalty of all the colony's child soldiers. Merceau finishes his account with a laugh and warns that these are the frightening rumors about the boy's unusual personality that are circulating throughout the Kola area. The advisor slowly approaches his young master, who continues to observe the snow-covered courtyard through the large window of his room. Hayden lets out an awkward laugh and comments to his mentor that, hearing that gossip like that, he really does seem like a complete lunatic. Merceau jokes that the gossip has a grain of truth to it, although he finds it far more bizarre that he himself pulled out a pistol and fired in front of everyone. Taking advantage of the moment of privacy, the experienced officer approaches with calm steps and announces that he would like to ask the boy a very important question. Merceau recalls the exact moment he drew his weapon and coldly shot the high-ranking general to protect the boy. Faced with this, Haydam looks at him with complete serenity and asks bluntly if he didn't do that on purpose. The counselor hesitates for a brief moment upon seeing that the boy managed to read his true intentions so accurately. Merceau tries to disguise his nervous reaction, awkwardly adjusting his glasses while lying that he has no idea what he's talking about. The young man simply smiles calmly and says that the whole political situation is extremely simple to understand. He explains that Commander Hayden certainly wanted to eliminate any arrogant officer who dared to insult Luna Moon's memory. However, because of his important position as supreme leader of that entire safe zone, he couldn't simply take sides in such an obvious way, but the sudden appearance of his biological son finally gave the commander the perfect justification he so desperately needed to act behind the scenes, creating a ruthless rule that anyone who disrespected the heir would immediately pay with their own life. Hayden used that excuse to impose his iron fist and silence once and for all his loudest opponents in the colony. Haydam deduces that the commander likely made a secret deal with Counselor Merceau beforehand, authorizing him to execute anyone who showed disrespect. He adds that although everyone should have been gossiping about the arrival of a new bastard son, that supposed military rebellion brilliantly helped to quell the rumors. Merceau praises the boy's excellent tactical theory, but reminds him that he is also a loyal member of Daphne's allied faction and asks if the young man isn't placing too much trust in him. The protagonist agrees, saying that, being Luna Moon's son, he will inevitably become a major thorn in the side of the official wife's allies. However, the boy remembers that he is also Hayden's heir and that he made a very important promise to the counselor in secret. The promise that he will assume full control of the army as the legitimate successor to the supreme commander of the safe zone, and that he will do everything necessary to finally grant the noble Lady Daphne her freedom to follow her own path far away from. There, Haydam stares at him seriously and reveals that the only thing that truly makes him trust him is the officer's blind devotion to the commander's official wife. Surprised by such maturity, Merceau praises the extremely sharp political instincts of that 10-year-old child trying to break the tense atmosphere of the conversation. The officer curiously asks about the monthly banquet that the boy plans to give for the child soldiers at the base. The young man confirms that he will organize the banquet very soon, while mentally celebrating the fact that the advisor is finally showing genuine interest in his plans of action. Noticing that the officer is becoming a little more friendly, Haydam excitedly reveals that he is planning to prepare all the food for the banquet with his own hands. Merceau silently observes that cooking personally for subordinates is indeed a classic and perfect tactic for winning the army's affection. However, the protagonist knows very well that his top priority at the moment is not to win the simple blind obedience of those young people, but rather the sincere respect of each one of them. He wants to prove to all the young soldiers in a practical way that he is truly on their side in that great battle for survival. In this way, when the terrible times of the final apocalypse finally knock on the colony's doors, everyone will follow his orders without hesitating for a single second. Merceau stared at him, intrigued, for a few moments before continuing the conversation. Next, the officer asks how he could help with the preparation, suggesting simple options such as choosing the ingredients, helping in the kitchen, or going hunting for food. To his complete surprise, the counselor almost fell backward upon hearing the boy's decisive response. The young man displays an extremely confident and defiant expression. With an enigmatic smile on his face, the boy solemnly announces that they will begin that great journey by going hunting in the frozen forest. It all begins with the young man taking a deep breath as he prepares to start his first hunt in the snow. walking with difficulty through the dense snow of the forest. Counselor Birso murmurs wearily that this whole hunt is complete madness. He turns indignantly to the boy and questions whether he really plans to venture outside the safe limits of the colony, carrying only a single military rifle. Birso continues to complain loudly about the dangers of the forest, but Haydam calmly asks him to relax because it's just a routine hunt. The advisor grumbles that he's only worried because the heir can't suffer any serious injuries, making the protagonist wonder if the man truly cares about him. In fact, Birso is terrified that Commander Hayden Goodman will discover any scratch on his son and decide to execute him immediately out of sheer military incompetence. But even in the face of constant warnings of danger, the young master remains focused on his main infiltration plan. Haydam argues that the feast for the young soldiers will seem much more genuine and sincere if they themselves start by hunting and preparing all the ingredients from scratch. Birso fully agrees with the young man's noble charitable intention, but still cannot hide his enormous nervousness about the risks of that hostile forest. He angrily complains that this is also the boy's first real hunt, and that he will be the one to take all the blame and punishment if something terrible happens to the heir. Having no patience for so much unnecessary chatter, Haydam turns around angrily and shouts at the advisor to stop making a fuss over such nonsense. He boasts that he has defeated even worse monsters without using firearms, and ironically says that if Birso is so scared, he can simply hide behind him. In his thoughts, the protagonist admits that hunting alone would be infinitely easier, but reveals that he brought that grumpy officer along only to use him as an official witness to his extraordinary abilities. He knows he will need Birso's reliable testimony in the future to prove to the other generals that he is perfectly capable of leading the troops, as the advisor points fearfully to the frozen vegetation. Right ahead, an adorable rabbit with deer antlers appears, leaping through the snow, and the officer suggests that this small creature is the perfect prey for a beginner to practice their aim. However, Haydam looks away disdainfully and warns that that cute little animal is far from being his real target in that cold forest. Without thinking twice, the boy pulls out a sharp knife and makes a deep cut in his own palm, leaving Birso completely horrified by that drastic and suicidal act. The young man coldly orders the officer to be quiet so as not to scare away the real prey. While blood begins to drip heavily onto the snowy ground, he closes his eyes with absolute focus and murmurs triumphantly as he realizes that the beast is finally approaching the location due to the trail of blood. Suddenly, the heavy sound of hooves crushing the snow reveals the arrival of a colossal creature in the shadows of the frozen trees. A huge and terrifying pig hippopotamus snarls before them, leaving the advisor in utter panic at the sheer size of this doomsday beast. Birso screams in terror, saying that this dangerous species almost never approaches human camps and begs the young man to back away, but Haydam only asks him to remain calm. The system panel activates and confirms that pig hippos are cautious creatures that usually feed only on smaller prey, avoiding direct combat against stronger opponents as much as possible. The colossal monster lets out a shrill, menacing screech that echoes across the snowy hill. Quickly connecting the dots, the officer finally realizes that the boy used his own blood to attract the creature's keen sense of smell and asks why he didn't simply use a common chain trap. Haydam explains that the beast's sense of smell is too sensitive and that firing a gun at the previous rabbit would only cause the smell of gunpowder to scare the monster away for good. He raises his military rifle with determination and firmly orders the frightened Birso to take a few steps back and get out of his line of fire immediately. At that same instant, the system screen glows, activating its supreme sniper special ability, calculating that the pig hippopotamus will attack without hesitation upon detecting only 2 humans, one of whom is wounded. Overcome by savage fury at the smell of fresh blood, the colossal monster charges at full speed towards the 2 boys. The protagonist focuses his combat sights directly on the bright blue crystal atop the immense creature's forehead. Holding the rifle with all the firmness of an experienced marksman, he takes a deep breath and patiently awaits the ideal moment for the beast to strike. The deafening echo of a single gunshot cuts through the silence of the frozen forest. In a fraction of a second, Birso stares at the scene, completely paralyzed and breathless with astonishment at witnessing the result of that surgical and perfect shot from the young man. With the utmost composure, Haydam lowers the smoking gun and coldly announces that their work there is now successfully completed. Some time later, the scene shifts to the sunny courtyard of the imposing residential mansion under the clear blue sky of the colony. A small group of young soldiers from the fortress wait silently in the garden, their expressions a mixture of shyness, nervousness, and great anticipation for the food. Haydam appears with a beautiful smile on her face and thanks everyone for coming, humbly commenting that she prepared a simple meal for them to warm up. He displays platters full of fresh, juicy pork, encouraging the young people to eat as much as they want, and declaring that he counts on their support from today onwards. In a few moments, the children begin to happily devour the dishes, chatting and laughing in an extremely relaxed manner around the large wooden table in the garden. The young blonde man in the apron watches the scene with a hint of jealousy and grumbles that those orphans aren't even looking at Haydam, commenting that, unlike the real players in the group, ordinary children can't feel the true healing power of that food. Haydam just laughs at that silly complaint and tells his blonde friend to stay focused on the grill, while they both continue grilling the slices of pork for the guests. Suddenly, the red-haired boy approaches the pair with quick steps and makes an extremely exaggerated and formal bow before them. Taejong cheerfully introduces himself to the blonde and asks with shining eyes if he can be considered his direct subordinate from now on at the camp. The blonde boy gets furious at so much gratuitous intimacy and points his finger at Haydam, demanding to know why he didn't send that cheeky redhead straight to mandatory military service in the regular troops. With an ironic look, the protagonist recalls that Taejong already completed his mandatory military service in his past life in South Korea, and asks if the spoiled blonde himself has learned how to hold a real rifle. Taejong hugs his blonde friend's shoulder with a knowing smile and flatters him, saying that he's a true natural genius and that, being a high-level player, he surely masters all the game's weapons. The blonde boy panics completely upon hearing that forbidden word and hastily covers the redhead's mouth, yelling at him to watch out for the guards around and not reveal the secret that they are players to the local NPCs. Haydam asks the two to end that childish argument before someone hears and suggests they start sharing the tactical tips they've gathered around the fortress. In recent days, Taejong excitedly speaks up and reveals that, thanks to his disguise as a humble young man, he managed to get a job as an assistant in the mansion of the Supreme Commander himself, where all the senior officers treat him with great kindness. The protagonist narrows his eyes with extreme seriousness and asks if the redhead managed to overhear any confidential or important information during his shift at the Supreme Leader's official residence. Taejong reveals with a serious look that General Radu, one of the high-ranking officers at the base, is having a secret love affair faced with such unusual and irrelevant gossip for their survival. Haydam and the blonde boy just sweat in absolute silence. Ignoring the romantic rumor, Haydam turns to Room Corner and asks if he has managed to uncover any useful information about the dreaded extermination battles. The blonde boy grimaces with concern and reveals that he has heard rumors that he himself may end up being called up to the next front line of the military campaign. The protagonist considers that these extermination campaigns usually only happen at the height of the harsh winter and calculates that they still have some time to breathe before the fighting begins. Room Corner asks if Haydam himself has discovered anything relevant, but the young man interrupts the conversation to conduct a crucial test with his companions. He pulls out Luna Moon's mystical ring and asks them both to touch the object at the same time, leaving their friends intrigued by the sudden request. The two touch the relic with curiosity, but the protagonist soon realizes with frustration that absolutely nothing unusual has happened to the object. He reflects that, although he managed to unlock his own panel from the system recently, the general rule is that powers only awaken after touching a very specific meteorite item from each zone. Observing the silence of his companions, Haydam concludes that there is in fact only one unlockable system per safe zone. Room Corner immediately panics upon realizing he will not have access to any special system abilities and begins to scream in terror, being reprimanded by the protagonist to remain calm. The blonde guy complains that he only has the most basic functions of viewing, inventory, and chat room, but the protagonist calms him down by reminding him that the public chat is the most valuable tool they have. Haydam opens the panel and finds that there are currently 8 active people in the Global Survivors chat room. This definitively confirms that there are other real-world players actively operating in the other danger zones on the map. Room Corner reflects thoughtfully on the group of digital survivors. Suddenly, the blonde guy curiously asks if the legendary dopamine addict is also present in that group and in which zone the Grandmaster ended up. Haydam pretends not to know the whereabouts of the famous player, secretly planning to reveal his true identity only when he makes his friend owe him countless favors. In turn, Room Corner smiles smugly, believing he was the first to share valuable secrets and that he has earned his partner's complete trust. Taejong interrupts the discussion to cheerfully point out that the young soldiers are enjoying the feast, suggesting that there shouldn't be any other players infiltrated in the Kola area besides the 3 of them. Grilling a few more juicy pieces of meat, the blonde man agrees that they seem to be the only real survivors settled in that militarized territory. However, the protagonist remains in absolute silence, lost in his own mysterious thoughts about the colony's past. He gathers all the clues he has collected so far and theorizes that the deceased Luna Moon could also be a reincarnated player from the real world. The blonde boy almost chokes from fright and shouts, asking if his hero's biological mother could really have been an invader from another dimension. Haydam explains that, in addition to being described as an Asian woman who looks identical to them physically, local stories reveal extremely suspicious details about her past. He recalls that Meursault always commented on the uncanny physical resemblance between the heir and the deceased doctor, and that, to further fuel suspicions, she was widely known and revered by the troops under the legendary title of Heroine of the War of Subjugation. Room Corner points out in surprise that this specific title was an achievement exclusive to players in the original video game, and that no ordinary character in the game ever possessed such a title. But the protagonist reveals that the clearest and most undeniable clue about Luna Moon's true identity is of a mystical nature. He recalls that the generous doctor possessed the exact same supernatural ability of instant healing that only real-world gamers can manifest. With a determined smile, the young man reflects that this universe hides fantastic secrets and asks ironically if the blonde man is excited to face the brutal military campaign that awaits them. Room Corner screams in terror upon seeing his friend's sadistic grin, while Taejong tries to calm the blonde in a good-humored and brotherly way. Ignoring the hysteria, Haydam focuses his attention on another intriguing mystery he has been observing in recent days. He pulls the moonstone ring from his pocket and stares at it with an extremely thoughtful look. In the classic video game, that metal ring was just a common decorative accessory with no significant additional attribute value. However, he recalls that last night, while having a warm conversation with Commander Hayden in his room, the ring mysteriously began to emanate a comforting warmth. But as soon as the military leader left the room, the stone became completely cold and icy again, as if it were missing his presence. How the title of Luna Moon's friend should only affect the perception of non-playable characters in the story. The protagonist begins to seriously consider the possibility that the soul and consciousness of the deceased doctor are somehow sealed inside that meteorite jewel. He gazes at the soft glow of the gemstone, wondering melancholically who the true entity residing there might be, the one that evokes such a deep and inexplicable longing in him. He shakes his head to clear his thoughts and tries to focus on what they will do next. Room Corner questions whether all their strategies on the forum are useless, since that real world is different from the game. But Haydam firmly assures that the guides still work perfectly and that the losers will pay with their lives if they fail in the campaign. The blonde boy ponders, frightened, the changes in Luna Moon's story, while Taejong respectfully calls them brothers to calm the pair down. Haydam reflects that if the doctor was indeed a player, this definitively proves that other real-world people were drawn into that hostile universe long before them, and wonders what their ultimate fate was. Room Corner collapses to his knees on the floor with his hands on his head, feeling the psychological weight of having to deal with brutal missions, mysterious reincarnated beings, and insane companions all at once. The blonde guy desperately yells that his mind is going to explode and suggests that they focus only on preventing the final catastrophe, making the protagonist consider him a complete simple-minded idiot. The young man explains that he only revealed the details to put him on alert and warns that their immediate objective now is to secure official enlistment in the front line of the extermination troops. Room Corner excitedly agrees, recalling that surviving this first major military campaign guarantees the achievement of a legendary title and several special rewards from the system. Haydam plans to ensure that his blonde companion participates in the combat without problems, but decides that he will need to prohibit the redhead Taejong from enlisting in that mission under any circumstances. The protagonist reasons that, should something terrible go wrong with the main assault forces on the front lines, it is vital to keep at least one allied player safe at the base to clean up the mess later. With an extremely sharp and determined gaze, the young man flashes a discreet smile, promising himself that he has no intention of easily falling before any threat from that god-forsaken place. Room Corner asks, intrigued, if they couldn't have discussed the plans outside, questioning whether the heir took them to the luxurious room just to show off without saying a single word. Haydam simply reaches out and picks up a metal fork from the table. He places before his companions a platter full of delicious biscuits and fresh sweets. Room Corner and Taejong exchange confused glances, not understanding why they suddenly received sweets and forks. Haydam pulls up chairs and solemnly announces that, starting today, they will undergo rigorous hands-on feeding training. He explains that he conducted some experiments in secret and discovered that focusing all concentration on the act of eating drastically increases a player's physical regeneration speed. An eerie, intense silence fills the protagonist's room as he observes his allies. Haydam points the fork menacingly and says that, to test the speed of recovery in practice, they will first need to create some real injuries on their bodies, leaving the blonde horrified. The two companions break out in a cold sweat when they realize that, although the food is automatically absorbed without chewing thanks to his privileges, the heir behaves like a true sociopath without limits. Ignoring the complaints, the young man puts a candy in his mouth to demonstrate how total focus on the taste of food accelerates the healing process. A gentle, magical blue energy envelops the palm of your injured hand, instantly healing the skin under the watchful gaze of your friends. He insists that they should use their free time before the start of the Great Extermination campaign to train this basic recovery skill to its limit. With a terrifying look worthy of a horror movie villain, Haydam raises the fork and orders the blonde man, with a sinister smile, to stab him at once. Room Corner jumps back and points an accusing finger, yelling that he has mastered his own regeneration ability and that he will not participate in that madness under any circumstances. Intrigued, the heir questions what he means by that. while the blond man slowly approaches and reaches out towards the tray of sweets. Room Corner reveals that he has developed a different method and surprises everyone by making a cookie float and be absorbed by his hand without even needing to put it in his mouth. Taejong is amazed by the demonstration and praises his younger brother's talent, curiously asking how he managed to perform such a magical feat. The blond man explains that, having been a very sickly child in his past life, he spent most of his childhood hospitalized and dependent on intravenous fluids to feed himself. He simply tried to channel that ancient physical sensation of receiving nutrients directly through the blood via the skin, and the system responded perfectly to his mental command. Room Corner boasts that his technique is infinitely more efficient, as it allows him to heal any serious injury or broken bone simply by touching the food. Haydam stares at his friend in silence for a few moments and enigmatically murmurs that unique ability is indeed very interesting. The heir imagines that, should the group be seriously wounded in combat, the blond man could heal himself first and then force-feed the unconscious allies to save them. The poor blond man froze in shock as he realized that his great talent revelation had just landed him the worst support job he could imagine. With a wry smile, Haydam bangs the gavel and solemnly decrees that, from that moment on, Room Corner will officially assume the role of the group's official healer. The hours pass quickly and the starry, icy night covers the entire fortress under the moonlight. Satisfied with the empty serving dishes on the table, the protagonist silently celebrates the excellent practical results they achieved that day. He sits thoughtfully on his bed, trying to devise the ideal training for the redhead Taejong when the beep of his system panel catches his attention. To his surprise, a flood of friend requests from various famous forum players begins to pop up incessantly on the virtual screen. Since the system allows private one-on-one conversations after acceptance, he decides to accept the invitation sent by the follower Home Protector first. At the same instant, the chat activates with the follower impatiently complaining about the protagonist's delay in accepting the request. Haydam responds curtly and sharply, while the follower apologizes, worried that he was indirectly responsible for the whole collective possession at the convenience store. Suddenly, the follower mysteriously changes the subject and asks if the protagonist really intends to travel to the dangerous unicorn zone in the future. The heir's eyes widen when he receives a sudden offer to exchange goods, with his friend offering a pack of cigarettes directly from his inventory from afar. He is fascinated to discover that the friendship system allows transferring and storing items directly between inventories in completely distant combat zones. Home Protector casually confesses that he only wants to hitch a ride on the legendary strategist's skills and begs to be rescued when the heir shelters the unicorn zone. Later, Haydam realizes that while gaining trusted allies within his colony is important, building a strong network of contacts with players from other zones will be vital for long-term success. He types back saying, he'll think about it carefully and decides to focus on how to get the most out of that fantastic new trading mechanic before going to sleep alone in the silent room. The young man prepares to turn off the device when the screen lights up again with a very loud warning message. Intrigued as to who would be trying to contact him at that hour of the night, his eyes widen as he reads the new notification in utter surprise. This is an unexpected friend request, coming directly from the dreaded and mysterious player T-Bastard. The protagonist accepts the invitation immediately and enters the private chat, where he is greeted by his rival who rudely asks if he has finally decided to have a civilized conversation. The cold-eyed, weary-looking man bitterly reveals that the only thing he wished he had done before dying in his past life was to eliminate the dopamine addict once and for all. The dangerous player's hands typed furiously on the keyboard as he recalled his difficult journey before ending up in this nightmare. In his memoirs, the man was calmly smoking in his dark room when he asked a subordinate what username he should choose to create his internet account. His young assistant suggested using the term T-bastard, casually explaining that it was one of the most popular and stylish online slang terms at the moment. The experienced fighter accepted the advice without much thought and officially registered the nickname T-bastard in his game profile. The man reveals that, shortly after retiring from his former criminal organization in real life, he decided to try the game on the direct recommendation of one of his younger subordinates. In contrast to his extremely boring and emotionless daily routine, the violent and realistic mechanics of that virtual apocalypse completely obsessed him from the very first playthrough. At first, he was furious at the absurd difficulty of the game, feeling that the lack of easy paths or shortcuts to victory perfectly mirrored his own struggles. But even in the face of countless painful game-ending screens, the persistent warrior continued to rise with hatred to try and overcome each of those impossible challenges. In his recollections, T-Bastard reveals that his stubborn pride got the better of him, and he continued playing stubbornly after dedicating entire days to gaming. He finally managed to successfully complete the entire Chicken Zone route. With that, he had already completed the 5 simplest areas of the map and admits that he was finally starting to really have fun with the mechanics. However, the fun ended when he tried to invade the dangerous cocaine area, a zone without multiplayer mode where the system's artificial intelligence copied the gameplay patterns of the best real survivors to try and eliminate them. The big problem is that that specific combat area was completely dominated by an extremely appealing artificial intelligence. This was the virtual clone of the legendary dopamine addict, who brutally defeated and humiliated T-Bastard in every attempt at a tactical advance. He realized that most survivors who completed the routes were just blindly copying the forum champion's guides, which ignited a burning desire in his heart to find a way to defeat that rival once and for all. It was amidst this obsession that an extremely detailed survival guide for the legendary hidden zone of Fasa was published on the forum. T-Bastard was completely perplexed and speechless when he saw that his relentless rival had managed to decipher even the most impossible route in the game. But knowing there was no time to be impressed by the talent of others, he realized he needed to move faster than any other competitor. He calculated that, should he become the second player in the world to complete the knife route, the system's artificial intelligence would pit him against dopamine addict in that hidden territory. With that single goal in mind, he swallowed his pride and spent entire sleepless nights stubbornly following his rival's guide every step of the way. However, when he finally managed to fulfill all the prerequisites to unlock the secret route, the legendary dopamine addict had already mysteriously disappeared from all social media, leaving behind only the enigmatic address of that quiet convenience store in the city center. The warrior realized that absolutely everyone who had visited that business had vanished without a trace. Determined to unravel the mystery, the man walked through the glass doors of the convenience store in the middle of that silent night. Looking to the side, he came face to face with the redhead Taijong rummaging through the chilled shelves of drinks. The man immediately recognized him as a retired national athlete and asked in surprise if the boy was also a regular player for the colony. The redhead happily confirmed that he used the surname Taejong Si Beyonce online, and that he was one of Dopamine Addict's most devoted followers. Ignoring the flattery, the man placed a kitchen knife on the glass counter to make the payment. It is at this moment that the mysterious employee with a mask and blue cap appears behind the service counter. The attendant initiated the same bizarre billing protocol that he had used with the other competitors in a fraction of a second. The terrible and brutal blow was delivered to the man before he could even muster a defensive reaction. Feeling the crushing impact on his head, darkness violently obscured his vision. That sudden and cowardly attack ended up being his last and painful memory of the real world. Overcome with despair when he opened his eyes again, he realized that his body had inexplicably shrunk to that of a helpless 10-year-old child. To make matters worse, he discovered that he had been reincarnated directly in the middle of the infernal district of the knife. He was greeted by a group of bizarre psychopaths and cannibals who salivated with hunger at the sight of such young and tender meat in their territory. While being held captive and tortured by those maniacs, the boy desperately tried to devise an escape route. It was in the midst of despair that he remembered a secret golden tip written by Dopamine Addict about faking his own death to disarm the cannibal leader's guard and steal his mystical dagger. Thanks to this bold and risky strategy, he managed to deliver a surprise attack, steal the meteorite dagger, and escape captivity alive. However, the injuries and deep cuts he suffered during the desperate escape were too severe for a child's frail body. He desperately tried to find any ordinary food in the dark streets to regenerate, but realized with horror that the locals survived by consuming only human flesh. Too weak to go on, he sent a private message to the heir, bitterly confessing that he wouldn't survive to fulfill his promise of revenge. Slumped against the damp stone wall of the dark alley, the boy cursed his rival as he realized he wasn't responding to his calls for help. T-Bastard closed his eyes in exhaustion, feeling that ultimate death was only a matter of minutes away, when the sound of a notification echoed on the tablet. To her utter astonishment, a goods exchange window popped up on the screen with an offer of 15 delicious candies straight from Dopamine Addict's inventory. The man angrily asked what that meant, and the heir replied, laughing, that he felt sorry to see a rival die before even getting to enjoy the real game. T-Bastard cursed him furiously, vowing that he would eat every single one of those candies to survive and hunt him down personally in the future. But the heir retorted humorously, reminding everyone that the murderous route he wrote was merely a fictional guide and that it would logically be impossible for a 10-year-old to commit a cannibal massacre in real life. T-Bastard was intrigued by the revelation, realizing that his rival had invented that entire impossible tactic just to warn the players about the insanity of that hidden zone. The warrior smiled slightly in the darkness of the alley as he realized that, despite all the arrogant posturing, his rival had actually saved his life brilliantly. Back in the palace room, Hayden smiles contentedly as he reads his companion's fury and thinks that the important thing is to keep him motivated to survive, even if it's out of pure resentment. After all, he knows that, as soon as the dust settles and the great catastrophe begins, that mystical meteorite dagger will be an indispensable tool of war in his hands. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the sacred and mysterious mountains of the distant and beautiful Love Zone under the light of a huge full moon. Faithful local followers, wearing red hoods, eagerly await the words of their spiritual leader. One of the priests kneels reverently and asks the powerful local shaman what the world's deities have to say about their future. The beautiful young woman with long black hair reveals with a sad look that the Creator sent a crucial revelation to the invaders, but that it ended up being completely ignored by them. She turns around, revealing her username, God, on the screen, and announces with regret that the legendary Dopamine Addict has declined the invitation to help them on that great journey of faith. The mysterious girl gazes thoughtfully at the horizon, wondering if the Cola heir truly believes he has gathered all the secret information he needs to triumph alone in that god-forsaken place. With an enigmatic smile on her lips, the goddess shaman whispers to herself that the feeling of rivalry is entirely mutual. She acknowledges that if the legendary Dopamine Addict had reincarnated directly at his main base in the Unicorn Zone, no other competitor would have stood a chance against him. However, since he ended up falling into the distant Cola Zone, she knows that the Love Zone is the perfect territory for her to unleash the full potential of her magical abilities. The girl reveals that she acted only as a charlatan in her past life, but confesses that she masters the art of manipulating people's feelings and hearts like no one else. Ultimately, to successfully complete the missions of that mystical colony, a feeling of love and mutual devotion is a mandatory requirement for everyone. Fortunately, she managed to obtain the local meteorite fragment early on and used her powers to disguise the system's status panel as a supposed divine revelation for the faithful. Before her hooded followers, she imposingly declares that they need not worry about the champion's absence, for they still possess the only messenger capable of hearing the gods. She orders her disciples to spread the rumor that a divine messenger will descend in 10 years to punish all the infidels who refuse to love the colony. The shaman plans to use this rumor to place all players who possess meteorite items under constant and deadly danger. His faithful devoutly agree, blindly believing that the deities reserve the cruelest tests for their most beloved children until the arrival of the next catastrophe. With an ambitious laugh, the young woman vows that she will make everyone bow at her feet when the second apocalypse begins, and sends a mental warning that this game will not be so easy for her rival back in the Kola area. Taejong runs at full speed across the training yard, while Haydam watches him closely. Surprised by such agility, the protagonist asks directly if the redhead was a professional athlete in his past life. He praises his teammates' physical prowess, but Taejong replies with a laugh that he only practiced some casual sports, and that Haydam's skill is far more impressive. Haydam insists on asking if he practiced target shooting before reincarnating, but the red-haired boy vehemently denies it and says he was just an unemployed bum in the real world. Taejong excitedly celebrates, saying that an unemployed person with so much talent can only be destined for military greatness, leaving the protagonist in absolute silence. Irritated by the flattery, the young master coldly orders the redhead to run 10 more laps around the courtyard and increases the punishment to 20 laps upon hearing the boy complain. Haydam knows that, according to the system rules, legendary titles do not offer any physical attribute bonuses to the character. This means that if he doesn't train his physical body exhaustively every day, he will remain limited to the average muscle strength of a 10-year-old child. Analyzing his long list of achievements and veteran titles, he confirms that they only serve to increase the sympathy of NPCs and proficiency in specific skills, but this makes him wonder how he managed to demonstrate such precise aim during his previous shooting test with Berso. The mystery lies in the hidden effects of the magic shooter title, which guarantees that the first 6 shots fired by the user will hit the target perfectly without missing. With this special ability activated in his profile, he can indeed hit absolutely any prey from a distance. However, this absurd advantage only works strictly for the first 6 bullets fired. The big problem is that the 7th bullet carries a terrible divine curse that forces it to directly hit the person most precious to the player at that moment. The protagonist begins to mentally calculate his recent ammunition usage. He recalls firing 3 shots at the training targets and 1 shot at the pig hippopotamus, leaving only 2 safe bullets in his magazine. If he fires the dreaded 7th shot by mistake, the bullet will inevitably hit Commander Hayden Goodman, who currently has the greatest affection for him. He blames Counselor Murso in his thoughts, reflecting that he only wasted unnecessary shots on the courtyard targets to impress him, and that the officer will be to blame if the commander is shot. Taejong approaches running and asks worriedly why the protagonist is so immersed in his own thoughts that he doesn't hear his calls. Haydam tries to lie, saying he was paying attention, but the redhead notices the nervousness in the boy's eyes and immediately points out the deception. The redhead suggests they shift their focus to high-intensity interval training to save time. Demonstrating technical skills worthy of a true sports professional, Taejong comments that she would like to follow a strict diet as well, but laments that finding quality food is nearly impossible in that freezing environment. Suddenly, the red-haired boy remembers a very important detail and shouts excitedly. He points out that, in addition to the grueling training, there is another, much faster mechanic for regenerating the character's health points in the game. Sometime later, in the base library, Counselor Murso looks up from his notes, Intrigued to hear the boy mention military rations, Haydam smiles innocently and explains that, since they are under temporary disciplinary confinement, they have nothing better to do than study food. The heir discovered in his previous tests that meats work better than simple sweets and that compacted or dehydrated foods offer an incredibly higher healing rate. Because of this game logic, he asks the officer for any leftover military combat rations that are available at the base, stating that he will even accept spoiled or expired rations. Having realized that the system does not absorb inedible materials, the protagonist wishes to understand the exact limits of his colony's accelerated regeneration power. The blonde boy ponders, frightened, the changes in Luna Moon's story, while Taejong respectfully calls them brothers to calm the pair down. Haydam reflects that if the doctor was indeed a player, this definitively proves that other real-world people were drawn into that hostile universe long before them. The heir imagines that, with advanced training, they will be able to easily overcome the most complex challenges of the extermination forces without major difficulties in the future. The protagonist becomes quite curious about the mention of a research laboratory created by Merceau. The advisor explains that the Security Institute is the official location where scientists develop all the colony's general supplies, such as uniforms and combat rations. When they enter the testing room, the officer displays 3 slices of dried meat on a tray and invites the young man to try that special sample made from monster meat. Haydam examines the dehydrated food closely, noting that the slices are much thicker and more compact than he had originally imagined. Without hesitation, the boy puts a piece of dried monster meat in his mouth and begins to chew with visible effort. At that very moment, an expression of pure disgust covers his face as he realizes that the taste of the food perfectly resembles that of a dirty military boot that hasn't been washed in years. Merceau stares at him suspiciously and asks if he has actually eaten military boots in the past, but the young man quickly denies it, saying he was just repeating the standard description from the game's script. Suddenly, the laboratory door bursts open as a voice shouts in surprise at the young master's unexpected visit. The director of the Research Institute stares at the newcomers with extreme shyness and asks tremulously if the heir really came all this way just to inspect the combat rations. He starts running excitedly from one side to the other, celebrating the fact that he has finally found someone who understands the real importance of stockpiling food supplies since the last global disaster. The old man gestures dramatically, lamenting that research on food always takes a back seat at the base, while Merceau whispers, amused by that typical habit of elderly survivors. Haydam politely bends down to help the scientist pick up the fallen notebooks, surprising the director with his humble gesture. The boy smiles gently and declares that he too dreams of enjoying real meals in the future, promising to give full financial support to the laboratory's research so that no one else has to go hungry. The old man is moved to tears upon discovering the young heir's supposedly noble intentions behind his charity banquet. When the protagonist asks for one more small favor, Haydam displays the tough strip of dried monster meat and explains that he would like to create a much smaller, lighter, and infinitely tastier military ration for soldiers to take on extermination missions. The scientist excitedly reveals that the laboratory possesses cutting-edge technology in food freeze-drying, but laments that no high-ranking official has ever requested improvements to those hard rations. He holds the strip of meat with determination and asks the young master to place all his trust in his development work. With a respectful bow, the director vows that he will never disappoint the expectations of his new sponsor, making the heir smile victoriously at the chance to obtain the perfect healing ration. The 2 soldiers say goodbye and leave the imposing research building of the laboratory behind, walking back. Merceau decides to break the silence and asks directly what the real objective is behind that sudden interest in combat rations. The advisor questions whether, by summoning his 2 gamer friends to the room, the protagonist was not actually assessing the real physical condition of the colony's young troops. Haydam immediately realizes that, Although his mentor pretends not to care about his daily actions, he keeps highly trained spies monitoring his every move. The experienced officer silently confesses that, with the exception of Commander Hayden and the noble Daphne, he has always considered all other humans on that military base to be complete fools. However, he admits, looking at the boy, that the genius of that 10-year-old makes him feel that in the future, the young man will inevitably become his absolute superior in the army. The heir stares intently at the officer in response to that unexpected and sincere declaration of loyalty. In his thoughts, the protagonist finds it amusing to see such an obsessive follower of Daphne's faction already trying to align himself as her future subordinate and pretends not to hear the compliment. Suddenly, their path is blocked on the street by a sentry who loudly announces the start of a routine body inspection. The guard explains that all military personnel leaving the research laboratory must pass through that security barrier to prevent the smuggling of confidential scientific relics. The young sentry asks permission to search the boy's clothes, leaving Hayden quite surprised by such a rigorous inspection. Upon seeing the guard's face, the protagonist immediately recognizes that the boy is none other than the legitimate son of the late General Bottom. He perfectly remembers witnessing the exact moment when the boy's father was mercilessly executed in the middle of the meeting hall. Meursault bows, offering sincere apologies for the tragic loss, but the young guard replies resignedly that the inspection is complete and they are free to continue their journey. As they walk away, the advisor reveals that the sentry is, in fact, the heir of the man he himself had mercilessly shot just a few days earlier. The officer explains that the deceased general had abandoned the boy to his fate as soon as he was born, but that the boy still insisted on shedding tears for the honor of his late father. Hayden listens to the account in silence and coldly comments that it is a real relief that the boy shows no hostility towards his succession. Meursault confesses that he had received express orders to eliminate the boy if he showed any sign of resentment towards the young master, making the protagonist realize how ruthless his adoptive father's protection system is. He notices that, since the terrible incident in the dining hall, all the guards and soldiers of the fortress pretend not to see him and terrifiedly change their paths whenever they cross his. The boy realizes he urgently needs a way to gauge the true opinion of each of the senior generals in order to separate his true allies from his hidden enemies. He knows that if the court continues to hide in the shadows to cowardly plot against his succession, perhaps he himself will have to pay a surprise courtesy visit directly to the private residence of each of those opponents of the colony. Meanwhile, in the senior officers' conference room, a heated debate about the heir's abilities takes over the immense meeting table. A general asks if everyone has seen the carcass of the colossal black monster that the boy was able to single-handedly take down in the frozen forest. Another officer agrees, surprised, and questions whether the commander's intention in assigning his son would justify sending a mere 10-year-old child to face such a dangerous beast in open field. A third military officer disagrees with the plan and argues that the heir is actually only pretending to have the mentality of a helpless child, and that Meursault was by his side the whole time to ensure the success of the kill. He recalls with seriousness that the boy watched the brutal death of one of his table mates without even blinking or showing any hint of fear. The imposing General Anton, leader of the Army's 1st Special Force, takes the floor and firmly declares that the boy's real threat lies in the fact that he is a direct danger to Lady Daphne's power. Anton asks if the Supreme Commander's official wife herself has not yet spoken out about that clear affront to her lineage. The other general replies that the lady is remaining cautious at the moment, probably calculating the best tactical strategy to deal with the bastard heir once and for all. He considers that Daphne knows very well that the boy is no ordinary child, since he has not only united the officers loyal to Hayden, but is gathering all the young orphans under his own leadership. Anton gazes thoughtfully at the horizon, wondering if all those political maneuvers of the air serve only to win the troops' approval. The experienced general strongly suspects that the true ambitions of that mysterious boy lie on a much higher level than anyone imagines. At that exact moment, the sound of the immense double door slowly opening interrupts the discussions at the table. A group of officers belonging to the faction loyal to Hayden Goodman enter the room with ironic smiles and ask if the council has already started the debate without their presence. The officers mockingly question the reason for the silence and ask if they ended up interrupting some secret conversation that they absolutely shouldn't be listening to with a cool and diplomatic demeanor. General Anton disguises the tense atmosphere by calmly lying that they were merely praising young Hayden's impressive hunting skills. The leader of the rival faction agrees with a sarcastic smile on his lips and pulls out the heavy wooden chair to settle at the discussion table. He excitedly declares that he can hardly wait for the start of the next extermination battle to fight alongside the boy, leaving General Anton quite tense and thoughtful about the course of that bloody military campaign that is approaching. General Anton smiles coldly as he realizes that his rival's plan to use the boy on the next mission had been in place from the start. Anton rages indignantly, questioning whether they really intend to send such a young child to the front lines of a war of extermination, vowing that he will not let events unfold as they did. Another officer angrily slams his fist on the table and curses the rival faction, calling them insolent war maniacs, while they accuse him of trying to resolve territorial conflicts with cowardly speeches. The heated discussion is abruptly interrupted when a soldier hurriedly opens the door to the hall and desperately announces that a terrible situation has just occurred at the base. The guard reveals that young Hayden broke into the residential palace and just jumped over the wall of Lady Daphne's exclusive property, leaving all the generals in absolute shock. Meanwhile, in his room, the heir recalls wondering what would be the best way to force an immediate meeting between the two rival factions of the army. He realized that the answer to that political dilemma was quite simple, and that all he needed to do was touch the only sacred and untouchable person in the entire colony. The boy remembers laughing at the governess's fright when she saw him hanging on the garden wall, greeting her in a friendly way in the middle of the afternoon. He explains that he tried to send several formal requests for an audience with the noblewoman, which were summarily rejected, forcing him to adopt a much more aggressive approach to force the meeting with a focused and determined look. He confesses that he was perfectly willing to create a military scandal if it guaranteed the lady's attention. The elegant sound of high heels descending the marble steps of the palace breaks the silence of the great hall. Lady Daphne appears imposingly wearing a stunning white dress and coldly asks if the boy is carrying some urgent message that justifies this intrusion. At the same instant, Hayden's system panel automatically activates and reveals unbelievable data about the lady's profile, identifying her as Merceau's supposed wife and revealing that she belongs to a different version of the game. The protagonist is completely stunned to realize that the woman he believed to be just an ordinary character in the game is, in fact, a real player from the outside world. He examines with astonishment the conquest route listed on her panel under the title Happy Bad Ending, a mystical route he had never heard of in his classic playthroughs. The heir deduces that she probably can't read his data because of her modified version of the system and wonders if she belongs to a generation of gamers much earlier than him. Daphne angrily asks why the boy is staring at her so intently, and he bows, feigning humility, to apologize. He cynically lies, claiming that staring is just an old family habit he inherited from his late mother, Luna Moon, causing the noblewoman to widen her eyes in pure shock. The boy admits he was extremely rude to trespass on the property, but claims he came to deliver his mother's last wishes and asks to speak privately with her in the living room. The governesses try to hastily expel the intruder, accusing him of insolence, but the heir remains with a firm and unwavering expression. To the servant's surprise, Lady Daphne sternly orders all the staff to leave the room immediately so she can be alone with the boy. The two settle into the immense and luxurious tea room of the private palace in a rather tense silence. Haydam watches with complete attention as the maid pours the steaming cups before leaving the room. As soon as they are alone, the noblewoman asks in a trembling voice what was the last secret message that Luna Moon left for her. In his thoughts, the protagonist finds it very intriguing that, although all the generals loyal to Daphne hated the doctor, the lady herself shows not a single hint of that contempt. On the contrary, observing the woman's tense gestures and trembling hands, he realizes that Daphne displays a countenance consumed by deep guilt from the past. He recalls that the doctor was the commander's great love and that Luna Moon's choice to embrace death voluntarily certainly left painful marks on Daphne's heart. Faced with such hesitation, Haydam decides to initiate her tactical bluff to destabilize her opponent's mind and obtain as much secret information as possible. He gazes at the woman with a sweet look and invents a big lie, falsely claiming that his deceased mother left a record that she forgave Daphne for all past grievances. Overcome with emotion, the noblewoman breaks down in tears and accuses the boy of lying, sobbing that the doctor would never forgive her for everything that happened. So simply, Daphne breaks down in despair as she admits that, although she took that drastic action only to advance the story's plot, she ended up destroying the lives of innocent people in an unforgivable way. Hearing that emotional outburst, the protagonist puts the pieces together and concludes, startled, that the noblewoman actually belongs to an alternate, earlier version of the video game he used to play. Determined to get the whole truth out, he feigns compassion and says that if she doesn't believe his words, he has one more secret phrase sent by his mother to prove the truth. He claims that the mystical code will make her finally confess all her secrets and stares at the woman defiantly. The boy whispers the secret word mercenary, which was her old player nickname, causing Daphne to burst into a deep red of pure shame and embarrassment, completely humiliated after having her tacky internet code name exposed. The noblewoman, red with shame, begs him to stop and promises to confess absolutely everything she knows about that world. Staring shyly at her teacup, the woman sighs, unsure where to begin her unbelievable explanation of collective reincarnation. She reveals earnestly that neither she nor the deceased Luna Moon originally belonged to that universe, and that they were mysteriously dragged into an apocalyptic game. Haydam calmly takes a sip of his tea and assures her that he believes her every word, maintaining his innocent boyish pose as he assesses his rival's testimony. In his thoughts, the young strategist begins to rummage through his memories to try and unravel exactly which version of the franchise the noblewoman originally belonged to. He recalls that the game series had a long history in the technology market, ranging from classic offline versions to modern online reality console titles. Knowing that he himself had only completed the most modern and recent versions of the game on the computer, he begins to strongly suspect that there may be other real survivors who were drawn from much older editions of that apocalyptic franchise, curious about the revelation. The protagonist directly asks what the exact title of the game she was playing was. When she was transported there, Daphne nervously looks away and stammers, saying that the name of that simulation video game title wouldn't make any sense to a child his age. Realizing the name must be embarrassing, Haydam feigns a painful coughing fit and appeals to the memory of her deceased mother to force the woman to confess once and for all. Feeling guilty about the boy's crying, the woman finally breaks the silence and confesses that the title in question belonged to a rather bizarre romance genre. She whispers with utter shyness that she was actively playing a romance simulator focused on dating for middle-aged people. The heir is completely perplexed and speechless, wondering if he actually heard that unbelievable revelation correctly from his stepmother. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Counselor Meursault nearly falls over in shock upon receiving the urgent report that the young master has broken into Lady Daphne's chambers and is locked inside, conversing privately with her. Lady Daphne assumes the boy probably has no idea what that internet term means and decides to explain everything in a way that's quite understandable for a child. She reveals that the exact name of the romance video game she obsessively played in real life was Middle-Aged Men Dating Simulator. The noblewoman details that the game focused on romantic interactions with elegant generals amidst an apocalyptic army, showcasing Commander Hayden Goodman as one of the main targets. Daphne recalls falling deeply in love with one of the characters in that virtual story and spending hours playing on her computer screen every day. However, she confesses that she could never achieve a happy ending with him because the boy was just an unattainable extra according to the game's system restrictions. She fondly remembers the moment she shyly ran to offer a clean cotton handkerchief to her beloved soldier after the grueling colony training sessions. In that special memory, the young woman extended the handkerchief towards Officer Meursault, her heart pounding with passion. But the shy soldier hesitated to accept the gift. Respectfully stating that he was concerned about soiling the clean handkerchief with dust and blood from his exercises, Daphne insisted with a sincere smile on her face that he keep the handkerchief, demonstrating her silent affection. Hearing that passionate account, Hayden stares at her seriously and asks if Meursault really was the man she was obsessed with in the real world. The noble lady gazes at the horizon fondly and nods her head affirmatively with an extremely gentle look. She proudly reveals that her favorite character and the great love of her life has always been Counselor Meursault. The protagonist questions whether the decision to marry the Supreme Commander was made solely to achieve the story's ending and ensure the survival of his system panel. Daphne looks away guiltily and confesses, crying, that she really had no other option but to accept the marriage of convenience. She reveals that she received an urgent mission from the system requiring her to marry an NPC within a year or face an immediate and brutal death. At that initial moment, the only valid options for union according to the game's guidelines were the Supreme Commander and the Hayden heir, and how she had reincarnated in the body of the biological daughter of the colony's commander-in-chief. She was logically forced to reject her beloved Meursault and choose the Hayden heir in order to close the survival loop of her game path. Hayden listens to the outburst seriously and murmurs that she finally understands the whole tragic dynamic that happened behind that sham marriage. He reflects that, although Daphne entered that universe through a romance game, entirely different from her classic survival simulator, the elite characters, the winter settings, and the military structure of the colony were absolutely identical to those in the Cola Zone. The young man begins to develop the bizarre theory that, instead of being trapped in a video game, perhaps someone in the real world created the virtual games based on the reality of that post-apocalyptic universe. Although it is only an abstract hypothesis, the heir has one absolute certainty about the creator of all that dimensional confusion. He concludes that the one responsible for dragging all the players into that nightmarish scenario is a sadistic psychopath who delights in watching real human dramas. With teeth clenched in fury, the protagonist vows to hunt down this merciless entity relentlessly if he manages to discover its whereabouts in the future. For now, he smiles slightly as he realizes that, whatever the reaction of the faction allied with Daphne, the silence of his opponents reveals the deep fear they feel for him. He also remembers the solemn promise Commander Hayden made to tell him the whole truth about Luna Moon when the time was right. The boy knows he needs to act with extreme caution in front of his adoptive father to maintain the dramatic role of biological son, instead of revealing that he is merely an intruder. He swears he will maintain this perfect disguise until he can bring that entire combat zone under his control. Suddenly, the door to the hall is flung open by Meursault, who bursts in shouting for the young master with extreme concern. Haydam turns around, intrigued by his mentor's scandal in the middle of the palace. Looking at the counselor's tense face, the boy mentally wonders if that serious man really fits the role of a romance simulator heartthrob. Right behind them, Commander Hayden Goodman appears, entering the room furious and demanding to know the meaning of that extreme audacity. The military leader rages angrily at the invasion of Lady Daphne's official residence and at the fact that the boy had expelled all the governesses from the premises in an authoritarian manner. With clenched fists, Hayden demands to know what the urgent matter was that would justify such rudeness, while the protagonist notices just how truly angry the man is. With complete coldness, the boy smiles calmly and says that if the commander is so insistent on knowing the truth, he will reveal his secret once and for all. The young master loudly announces that he has sworn by the name of his late mother to help the commander and Lady Daphne obtain a formal divorce in the colony. That bombshell declaration leaves Murso and everyone present completely paralyzed and breathless with astonishment in the middle of the hall. As soon as they leave the place, the advisor runs desperately after his young master, shouting indignantly about the folly of mentioning divorce in front of the commander. Suddenly, Hayden Goodman's cold voice emerges from behind, asking if there is indeed some confidential matter that his heir is trying to hide from his ears. Hayden calmly turns to the leader and respectfully replies that he was merely speaking with Lady Daphne about family matters. The boy argues that he did not commit any serious military infraction and adds that the lady herself has already forgiven his sudden intrusion into the mansion. Hayden stares at him seriously and says that the boy speaks as if the matter is closed simply because the noblewoman forgave him peacefully. He warns in an extremely imposing manner that absolutely everything that occurs within his territory requires his personal consent and permission. The military leader clenches his iron fist tightly, imposingly declaring that carrying out any action without his formal approval is a serious offense that will not be tolerated. Merceau observes the extreme tension between father and son, sweat dripping down his forehead from nervousness. However, the commander's harsh words ignite a new and brilliant tactical idea in the protagonist's analytical mind. He cleverly deduces that, as long as he obtains official permission beforehand, he will be free to create whatever kind of chaos he desires, and asks permission to return to his room. Daphne shyly confesses that she was playing a middle-aged romance simulator, leaving Hayden completely incredulous and with an unforgettable look of shock. Back in the present, Counselor Merceau breaks out in a cold sweat upon hearing the details of that embarrassing game and runs desperately to the palace after discovering the young master's intrusion. The setting sun gilds the snow-covered streets of the vast colony of survivors. Walking back, Merceau sharply reprimands the young master, saying that he was dying of worry and that he should thank God that the incident with Daphne ended peacefully. Hayden listens to the sermon in silence and quietly remarks that, speaking of the noble lady, he has a great revelation to make to the advisor. With an extremely mischievous grin, the boy solemnly announces that Lady Daphne wishes to divorce the commander once and for all. Merceau's eyes widen, and he almost falls backward upon hearing that shocking revelation, while the boy casually adds that he has decided to offer his personal help to speed up the process. The advisor stops abruptly in the middle of the hallway when the young master announces that he has one more crucial piece of information about Daphne's wishes. The boy shrugs and reveals that the noble lady is actively seeking a new partner to remarry, leaving the officer completely petrified and gray with shock. Merceau tries to process the information silently, deducing that Daphne must feel extremely lonely to confide in a child about romantic matters, and vows to do his best to help her. The protagonist realizes that, although the two adults keep their feelings locked away, they clearly harbor deep affection and concern for each other. He reflects that uniting that couple would be an extremely simple task to perform, when he is abruptly interrupted by Mersault, who calls him with a trembling voice displaying an expression of pure despair and blushing with shame. The officer asks what he needs to do to qualify as one of the candidates for Daphne's heart. Hayden stares at his mentor with a look of utter boredom and weariness at that obvious and funny reaction of a man in love. The boy cleverly imposes his conditions, demanding that the officer treat him with the utmost respect from now on, and ordering him to hide his face, red with shame, so as not to arouse suspicion in the colony. In the following days, the rumors that the heir had caused a residential scandal at Daphne's mansion completely disappeared from the military base. This happened because the snow on the mountains began to melt rapidly, acting as the inevitable green light announcing the start of the terrible war of extermination against the monsters. The entire fortress plunged into a chaotic routine of military preparations, with Merceau using the special rations to discuss final combat tactics with the research director. As he intended to actively participate in that subjugation expedition alongside his allies, the protagonist went to his adoptive father's office to request permission to travel. However, he is completely stunned and speechless when he hears Hayden Goodman's immediate response. The Supreme Commander holds a weapon and declares with absolute authority that the boy is forbidden from participating in any hunt or expedition outside the safe limits of the base. Hayden narrows his eyes in silence, trying to understand the reason for his adoptive father's sudden and strict prohibition. The boy regrets the decision, as he had planned to use the hunt to practice the redhead Taijung's shooting skills before the real fights began. The military leader explains protectively that the hungry beasts are more active than ever because of the thaw, and that the forest courtyard is dangerously hostile for a child. The boy questions how he will be able to prepare for the extermination battles of the future. Leaving the commander intrigued by that precocious fixation on war, Hayden reveals that the boy's enrollment in the colony's prestigious military academy is already guaranteed, and that he can only join the army after graduation, leaving the heir horrified at having to waste 6 years studying. The young man complains about not having been consulted beforehand about his own academic future, while the commander leans heavily on the wooden table. Resting his revolver on it, Hayden Goodman reveals with a serious look that the noble Daphne confessed to him in detail about the secret conversation the two had about Luna Moon's past and identity. The leader stares the boy in the eyes and asks directly if he actually heard from his stepmother that his deceased mother was a player from another world, leaving the protagonist in absolute shock. Hayden swallows hard and confirms that yes, realizing with astonishment that the commander also already had full knowledge of his beloved's supernatural origin. The commander recalls with a slight, melancholy smile that Luna Moon was always a mysterious woman who used to utter absurd words and concepts about the world she came from. He sadly confesses that during the time they lived together, it was difficult for him to truly believe all those bizarre stories about the world she claimed to belong to Hayden, rests her head in her hands with sorrow, and murmurs that, if she had known she would never see the love of her life again, she would have listened to her fantastic stories with much more attention. Hayden watches him in absolute silence, feeling the weight of that painful and human revelation from his leader. The commander reminds his son that he had promised to tell the whole truth about the real reasons that led him to marry Daphne instead of Luna Moon in the past. And to his complete surprise, he reveals that the person who most insisted on and demanded that political marriage was Luna Moon herself, who fled the military base as soon as she discovered her pregnancy. She demanded that he take control of the army and abandon the colony, leaving only a farewell letter, causing Hayden to emotionally declare that he is immensely grateful to have finally found the heir she so fiercely protected. However, he emphasizes that the boy may cause any kind of trouble at the base, but that he will not go to war under any circumstances, making the protagonist internally curse that excessive paternal zeal. Hayden reflects that, thanks to the revelation, she finally discovered that the two women were secretly acting as close allies, and tries to decipher the real motives that led the deceased doctor to plan that marriage. In any case, he knows he can't waste 6 precious years studying at an academy. Since the terrible second apocalypse will begin in just a decade, he considers revealing all the details of the impending catastrophe to the commander, but immediately gives up upon realizing that he would be summarily treated as a complete lunatic. He also cannot reveal that he is merely a real-world intruder, as he knows that Hayden's faction would consider him a dangerous impostor and order his immediate execution. The heir stares intently at his notes on the table, desperately searching for a clever way to alert his adoptive father without revealing the video game system. Suddenly, an excellent and daring tactic comes to mind, and he interrupts the commander, who was already preparing to dismiss him from the office. Hayden recalls the question the leader himself asked him in the past about whether the boy would be able to tell all his secrets if the commander did the same for him. He stares the man in the eyes and asks if he isn't curious to understand why his son shows no surprise upon discovering Luna Moon's true origins. With an extremely serious and focused look, the protagonist plays his final card and reveals that he is actually a returnee who came straight from the future. The military leader stares at the boy in absolute silence as he tries to process that extraordinary and absurd claim that his son has returned from the future. Hayden nods firmly to demonstrate complete conviction in his words. He knows that the commander will never be able to ignore a warning about the future, because his words will bring back painful memories of past losses. The boy plans to use his adoptive father's grief to his advantage, remembering that the leader's greatest wound in life was the sudden loss of his beloved Luna Moon. Hayden Goodman rests his hands on the table with a penetrating gaze and warns in a firm voice that he will ask the boy one last, decisive question. The commander stares at the boy seriously and questions why. If he really is a regressor, he decided to reveal his true identity only now. Hayden lowers her head seriously and explains that she made that bombshell revelation only to warn her adoptive father that they don't have much free time left. With a focused and intent gaze, the boy announces that a new global catastrophe will sweep the planet in exactly 10 years, knowing that the military leader will not ignore the warning for fear of living with regrets again. Suddenly, the sound of the immense wooden door opening interrupts the tense conversation between the two. In the office, Counselor Merceau enters the room with a firm posture under the attentive and focused gaze of the Supreme Commander. The officer renders a respectful salute and announces that his disciplinary confinement period has come to an end. Formally reporting back to his duties, Hayden Goodman welcomes his return, but comments that he finds it quite curious that there are rumors that the advisor has been frequently visiting the research lab even during his punishment. Setting aside formalities, Merceau informs him that he has a much more urgent and confidential matter to discuss directly with his superior. The officer stares intently at the leader and asks if it's true that young Hayden will be participating in the military academy's training simulations. The military leader confirms the information and reveals that he will meet today with the institution's director to set a date, asking if the advisor is concerned about the boy. Merceau admits that, although he recognizes the extraordinary talent of the young heir, the boy is still a fragile child of only 10 years old. He warns that his opponents at the academy will be highly trained, veteran cadets, and that any carelessness on the battlefield could result in a fatal injury for the heir. Hayden asks how the other officers are reacting to that unusual appointment, and Merceau confesses that the general opinion of the court is far from entirely favorable to the boy. The commander gazes at his right-hand man knowingly and recalls that the two have known each other for many years and have been through countless trials together. The leader reveals that his long military experience has taught him that the most valuable tool for survival in times of war is one's own combat instinct. He states that Merceau also knows perfectly well how powerful this natural gift can be in saving lives or decreeing the death of his enemies on extermination missions. He silently admits that he actually had a hard time believing it when the boy threw all that fantastic information about the future on his desk last night, recalling the young man's solemn warning that a second, terrible apocalypse will devastate the colony in 10 years. The commander nearly dropped his pen in shock as he tried to process that prophecy of global destruction from his supposed bastard son. The boy just stared at him steadily and admitted that he perfectly understood how difficult it was to believe such an absurd story of time regression. However, Hayden clutched the man's jacket desperately and declared, her eyes brimming with tears, that the memories of his horrific death in his past life remained perfectly vivid in her mind. He revealed with anguish that, after inevitably succumbing to the catastrophe of the future, he mysteriously awoke trapped in the frail body of his 10-year-old childhood. The protagonist swore that if this regression was indeed his second chance at life given by the gods, he would do absolutely everything to prevent the apocalypse. Drawing the leader's attention with such seriousness, the young man questioned him if the commander had ever found it strange that his son demonstrated such frightening maturity and profound military knowledge for his current age. He explained that he could not make detailed revelations about all future events, because his recent regression actions had already drastically altered the course of the original timeline, leaving the man thoughtful and apprehensive, and that, to dispel any remaining doubt, he would offer practical and irrefutable proof of his words instead of a mere verbal prophecy of the end of the world. The boy boldly demanded that his father allow him to face the secret and highly dangerous training simulator at the colony's military academy. That audacious request left Hayden Goodman completely speechless in front of the air under the cloak of the cold night. Rise the immense and fortified stone walls of the prestigious military academy in the Kola area. For the civilian population of the colony, the traditional curriculum of that institution consisted only of theoretical classes and basic combat simulations against forest monsters. However, there was a secret and highly confidential training program kept under lock and key under the Army's classified information. This was the dreaded anti-personnel simulation test, focused strictly on highly lethal armed combat against human opponents. Because that simulation pitted elite cadets against each other in combat, the difficulty level of the test was comparable to that of real military war exercises on the frontiers. This top-secret training served as final preparation for future generals to confront armed militias from other rival zones, such as Fasa and Unicornio. The commander reminded the boy that the information from that simulation was confidential to the Army, and asked in surprise how an orphan living on the streets could know such a secret. The protagonist replied curtly that he had complete knowledge of the test rules simply because he had already graduated with honors from that institution in his future life. He promised that he would prove the veracity of his time regression by overcoming that impossible challenge with his own talent. Finally convincing his leader, Hayden Goodman fondly remembers the heir bowing respectfully and vowing to pass the test with top marks, leading him to make the final decision to trust the boy's words. The commander informs his advisor that he has accepted Hayden's audacious request to conduct the test and has decided to support his participation in that secret combat simulation. Hayden honestly asks Counselor Murso if he believes the leader is acting solely on paternalistic influence. He sincerely admits that it would be impossible to deny his affection for that boy, who is the sole fruit of his eternal love for Luna Moon, causing Murso to turn his head in shock at the mention of the doctor. However, the leader swears that his military instinct also warns him that there are immense threats approaching that no wall or rifle will be able to contain. He asks his advisor to trust his survival decisions for this one time, while staring out the window with the thoughtful gaze of a seasoned soldier. Both officers sigh silently, harboring in their hearts the secret hope that the boy will truly become the hero and salvation of the entire colony in the future. The following day, in the inspection office of the military academy, the imposing and serious cadet Platon waits heroically before his superior. the director of the military institution, a grumpy veteran with a scar on his face, rages furiously, pointing at his best cadet in the class. Haydam observes the director's fury from afar, with a look of utter boredom and weariness. Sighing wearily at the scale of the chaos, Cadet Platon authoritatively states that the Academy's guidelines are strict, and that under no circumstances can a civilian boy be allowed to participate in tactical simulations, causing the protagonist to mentally identify him as the stubborn boy in the class. The protagonist's system screen activates and identifies the young soldier as Platon, the talented heir of General Anton and the likely valedictorian of the next graduating class. The protagonist recalls that although Platon's father leads the opposing faction to Daphne, the boy is extremely respected and loved by all the troops for his humble, fair, and loyal demeanor, preparing to disarm his arrogance in the combat simulator. Faced with Cadet Platon's immediate refusal, Haydam realizes right away that dealing with that goody-two-shoes kid will be far more problematic than he imagined. Platon argues strongly that the Academy cannot allow the participation of a child who has not even formally enrolled in combat classes, demonstrating a sense of justice that is too rigid for an ordinary soldier. The Academy director sighs irritably at his pupil's stubbornness, complaining that blind obedience is every soldier's duty and suggesting they show some flexibility since the commander himself approved the test. Platon faces the director seriously and decides to refute his superior's suggestion. The young cadet argues that, although Haydam is just a child, he is an official member of the military, and that offering preferential treatment would be a great humiliation for the young heir. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist agrees with Plato's argument and states with complete firmness that he also does not want any kind of easy or lenient treatment in his test. He appreciates the director's consideration, but politely points out that all that special attention is completely unnecessary for him. With a sharp look, Haydam declares loudly and clearly that he came all the way there solely to witness and closely test the true tactical skills of the Academy's brightest cadets. Platon gazes thoughtfully at the protagonist with his bright green eyes, concluding that the rumors about the boy's unusual personality are indeed true. The cadet warns that the training simulation closely resembles real combat and that he could suffer serious injuries. But Haydam coldly replies that he doesn't care. Even considering the boy reckless, Platon begins to inwardly admire the child's relentless determination to observe and learn from those with more experience. The young cadet then suggests that the director place him on the same team as Haydam, arguing that joining forces will help balance the teams and avoid serious accidents. The director accepts the proposal immediately, relieved to know that the best cadet will be nearby to watch over and protect the young master from any risk of injury. However, Haydam instantly and categorically refuses the help, leaving both the director and Platon completely speechless with surprise. Platon insists that teamwork is an essential virtue for any soldier, and that there is no shame in accepting support from superiors during maneuvers. The protagonist smirks and mockingly explains that if they're on the same team, he'll never be able to prove he's infinitely better than all of them in combat. He calmly states that his only intention in coming to that academy was precisely to humiliate and defeat each of the elite cadets in that class. The heir heads to the battlefield, bored and thinking that spending years studying at that military institution would actually be a complete waste of time for an experienced returnee. The snowstorm begins to blow fiercely as the instructor lines up the competitors and dictates the basic rules of the combat simulation. He explains that victory will be awarded to the team that manages to completely eliminate all opponents or capture the enemy flag on the opponent's flagpole. The officer warns that the tactical vests have sensitive digital sensors and that any fatal shot detected by the equipment will immediately eliminate the cadet from the competition. As soon as the announcement is finished, Platon raises his hand intently and asks permission to ask the instructor a tactical question. He argues that that snowfield is the Academy's usual training ground, and that to ensure a fair fight for Haydam, they should select a neutral map for the match, ignoring the advantage of the terrain. The boy interrupts and curtly states that there is no need to change the test location. With an extremely confident and irritating smile, the protagonist declares that he will win the competition regardless of the map chosen and suggests doing the test wherever is most comfortable, so the cadets don't cry at the end. That cheap provocation from Haydam leaves the entire team of veteran cadets trembling with fury and resentment in silence. The young soldiers explode in fury in the shadows, unable to believe the insolence and mockery of that spoiled 10-year-old brat. They start yelling and complaining furiously that the boy only has all that audacity because he's the biological son of the colony's supreme commander. One of the cadets shouts that the heir only refused the map change to have a perfect excuse about unfavorable terrain should he end up being humiliated in combat. But Platon orders immediate silence. The young leader puts on his snow mask and severely reprimands his soldiers, demanding that they not gossip behind their backs about things they wouldn't dare say. Face to face, Platon analyzes the situation seriously and explains that since the young master is participating in the dispute alone, he logically had no other alternative tactical course of action. He argues that, in times of war, it is infinitely better to fight entirely alone than to depend on reluctant or uncoordinated allies in the open field. Furthermore, the cadet recalls that if Haydam were seriously injured while under their guard during the simulation, the base's military leadership would hold the entire security team accountable and severely punish them. Plato turns to the immense forest of snow-covered pine trees and announces his third and most important strategic argument. He explains that, due to his physical build of a small child, the young master will be able to perfectly camouflage himself among the branches and trees of the terrain, transforming his isolation into a deadly espionage advantage. With this in mind, the cadet deduces that there will only be one single obvious target that the boy will attempt to attack throughout the simulation. He points in the direction of the flagpole at his team's main camp. Platon argues that, knowing it would be impossible to defeat all the veteran cadets face to face, the invader will wait for the moment when they lower their guard to stealthily capture the assault flag. The red-haired cadet and the other soldiers listen attentively to the strategy, while the leader suggests that the boy's previous provocations were merely a psychological distraction tactic to destabilize his team's morale. The cadets sigh in relief, realizing the boy's arrogance was just an elaborate plan, while Platon disdainfully thinks Haydam was probably just ignoring their real existence. In any case, the leader orders everyone to take this fight extremely seriously, stating that the best way to respond to the heir's seriousness is by offering relentless combat resistance. Platon instructs his infantry team to advance toward enemy territory in an extremely noisy and conspicuous manner to draw the boy's full attention. The plan is to have the intruder stray from the noisy group and run straight to the base's mast, where Platon himself will be camouflaged and armed to neutralize him by surprise from a distance. He adjusts his snow combat goggles with complete confidence and announces that this will be his team's winning strategy. The cadet orders the immediate start of the military operation and commands the troops to advance to corner their small prey in the forest. The group of child soldiers responds with a unison shout and runs at full speed down the hill in the middle of the storm. However, as they entered the dense forest, the vanguard cadets stopped abruptly, so astonished were they to encounter a completely unexpected situation on the terrain. Wielding military binoculars from atop a dry tree branch, Haydam stares at the huddled group from afar and wonders why those idiots are walking so close together as if they were easy training targets. The protagonist flashes a cold, mocking smile in the darkness of the storm, deciding he will teach those noisy cadets a real tactical lesson. In the middle of the snow, One of Platon's team soldiers trembles with terror beneath his combat mask as he senses a deadly presence lurking in the shadows of the forest. The tension in the air breaks when a gunshot echoes loudly through the frozen forest, beginning the survival test. Platon remains motionless in his position, listening to the sound of the gunshot amidst that deadly silence. The young cadet positions himself behind a trench of sandbags, immediately realizing that the shots fired served as a kind of warning. He remains on high alert, knowing that the intruder will soon head in that direction, but vows to himself that he will not lower his guard for anything. The cadet recalls his father's advice to never underestimate his heir just because he is a 10-year-old child. At the risk of suffering terrible humiliation, Platon admits that at first he thought it absurd to see the commander treat a mere boy with so much respect, and wondered how he would deal with the child's arrogance. However, remembering the boy's calm expression, he realizes that that serene smile was not mockery or just a tactical ruse to deceive them. The young leader understands that Haydam Goodman is actually reveling in everyone's reaction, acting exactly like a hungry predator facing its defenseless prey. Platon stares at the horizon through his tactical goggles, but begins to find it strange that the forest has suddenly become completely silent. He jumps to his feet upon noticing that his opponent should have already revealed himself, and begins to suspect that something terrible may have happened to his teammates. Suddenly, a blue paint projectile violently hits the trench right in front of him. Startling the young cadet with the accuracy of the shot, Platon immediately retreats upon hearing the soft sound of footsteps crunching through the snow very close to his defensive position. To his surprise, the protagonist appears walking calmly in the distance and sarcastically comments that the shot passed extremely close. Platon is completely shocked. Unable to understand how the heir managed to approach his base undetected, the cadet angrily questions how the boy discovered his ambush point, and Haydam explains simply that Platon was the only soldier who hadn't appeared in the main combat. Platon tries to remain calm and decides to continue the conversation to try and track down the heir's exact location, confident that his geographical advantage will still guarantee victory. But peeking again from behind his sandbag shelter, the boy is overcome by a strange premonition. The cadet's eyes widen in panic as he realizes that the protagonist has simply vanished into thin air. Before he could react, his tactical vest was hit squarely by a strong burst of blue paint. Haydam appears right behind him and coldly warns him that while it's easy to hide your face with masks, it's impossible to conceal your height and the size of your strides in the snow. Completely defeated by the boy's surgical ambush, Platon collapses to his knees on the snowy ground. The young cadet stares at the blue stain on his vest, unable to believe that he had been so humiliatingly outmatched by a child. Suddenly, a swift movement cuts through the air menacingly right in front of his face. The cadet stares at the plastic blade that was positioned directly against his neck, realizing that the combat was indeed over. He recalls the exact moment he looked through the telescope of his weapon and realized he had fallen into a perfect trap. Platon stares at the discarded rifle on the ground and finally understands the genius behind the boy's quick movements. He realizes that because he has the light body of a small child, Haydam can move with extreme agility without making the slightest noise in the snow. This absurd physical advantage makes the boy's footsteps virtually undetectable before he delivers the coup de grace from behind. The young master presses the training knife against the elite cadet's chest to seal his ultimate victory. The military academy system confirms the end of the survival test and loudly announces the complete elimination of Platon's team. Still on the ground, the elite cadet asks incredulously if the protagonist was really able to defeat all of his soldiers alone before coming after him. Sitting calmly on the sandbags, Haydam coldly replies that he had already warned about his tactical superiority. He takes a long gulp of water and declares with complete confidence that he is more than enough to handle the entire colony on his own. The heir praises the beautiful ambush tactic that Platon planned for the troops and comments that any other defenseless child would have been easily defeated by that long-range strategy. He sincerely confesses that he decided to participate in that military simulation only to closely evaluate the real combat skills of the best cadet in the class. The young master praises the quick thinking and excellent leadership skills that the boy demonstrated in commanding his subordinates in the forest, with a bright smile on his face. Haydam extends his hand and solemnly announces that Platon has passed his tactical test with flying colors. Next, the heir makes an offer he can't refuse and asks if the talented cadet would like to become his direct military assistant after graduation. Sometime later, Counselor Merceau reports to his superior and delivers the official report with the cadets' evaluations of their training with the young master. The officer explains that he gathered all the honest testimonies about Haydam's tactical behavior during the combat simulation in the frozen forest. General Anton stares at the report in absolute silence through his black eye patch bearing the colony's coat of arms. In the first case analyzed, a frightened cadet testifies in the interrogation room claiming that he had never seen anyone play so dirty and cowardly in his entire life. The soldier reports that the heir silently approached two cadets who were on guard duty at the rear of the camp. Haydam cynically lied, claiming he was carrying a top-secret message sent directly to them by the Supreme Commander. As soon as the guards lowered their guard to listen to the secret, the boy simply drew his weapon and shot them both point-blank without any hesitation. The cadet desperately recalls that, when he turned around, startled by the warning shot, he came face-to-face with his comrade already collapsing dead on the ground. Next, the heir threw himself into the snow, pretending to be seriously injured in order to attract the other rescue soldiers closer to his position. But as soon as the poor cadet ran to try and help him, the boy coldly stabbed him in the back with his plastic training knife. In the second recorded testimony, the pink-haired cadet confesses to Counselor Merceau that the heir's fighting stance perfectly resembles that of a highly experienced veteran soldier. The soldier concludes that, while predicting basic movements is easy, Haydam's ability to read Army tactical manuals and devise perfect counter-strategies is something worthy of a true military genius. The cadet continues his impressed testimony, reporting that young Haydam executed each step of his plan with surgical precision and without showing the slightest sign of tension. He describes that the boy moved with such natural ease that it seemed he had faced that same elite team dozens of times in the past. Merceau listens to that fascinating account in absolute silence, feeling a slight chill as he realizes the heir's absurd level of competence. In the third case, recorded in the evaluation report, the advisor directly asks a young female cadet with blue hair about Haydam's performance on the test. To the officer's surprise, the girl replies with eyes shining with devotion that the young master behaved like a true god on the battlefield. Merceau analyzes that, although there were some rather exaggerated opinions, most of the cadets were simply amazed by the boy's talent, deciding only to follow the flow of the commander's orders. The one-eyed general interrupts the readings by calling the advisor by name, and Merceau promptly responds, offering his assistance. The military leader stares intently at the officer and announces in a dramatic fashion that Haydam Goodman will be in charge of leading the next great war of subjugation against the monsters. The bombshell decision leaves Merceau completely shocked, making him question the sanity of that order in the corridors of the academy. Later, Haydam asks mockingly if the advisor is afraid of having his reputation ruined by a child, while the system confirms that the commander has granted permission for the heir to assume tactical leadership of the campaign. However, to prevent the other senior officers from rebelling against the decision, Merceau. Pendleton's name was kept in the official record as the formal commander of the military expedition. Irritated by the provocation, the advisor retorts, saying that a simulation training is completely different from a real fight for survival against bloodthirsty beasts. He honestly admits that the young master's shooting skills are extraordinary and capable of impressing any veteran soldier at the base. The officer points to the large strategic map hanging on the wall and comments on the extremely complex subjugation route planned by the boy Mirso is suspicious of how the heir manages to master the details of such hostile and unexplored terrain with such precision, acting as if he had walked through those icy mountains before. The protagonist feigns ignorance by asking if reading a map is really that surprising, secretly deciding to keep his status as a returnee hidden from the advisor for a while longer. Firmly slamming his hand on the planning table, the boy decides it's the perfect time to change the subject and focus on what really matters in the campaign. Hayden confronts the officer and states bluntly that the real problem with the expedition is not the geographical map, but rather the enormous tactical inefficiency with which the soldiers usually fight. He recalls the Army's traditional tactic of incapacitating the monsters first, only then attempting to locate and destroy their energy crystal core. The boy argues firmly that this standard method of combat is extremely inefficient and risky for the safety of troops on the front line. He explains that victory would be achieved infinitely faster if the soldiers managed to shatter the monster's vital core right at the start of the battle. Merso argues that, although this tactic works well against small and medium-sized creatures due to the visible size of their crystals, the same principle becomes a true tactical nightmare when facing the colossal-scale species of the frozen forest. He claims that locating the hidden core within gigantic monsters on the front lines is practically impossible, while the protagonist finds it amusing to see the officer acting so seriously, but the heir only displays a rather enigmatic, sly smile in the face of his mentor's doubts. He silently recalls the hundreds of bloody battles he fought against the beasts in his previous playthroughs to clear every zone of the map. The young man knows that being the creature's vital point, the crystal will always be hidden in the most protected part of the body, such as near the horns, and that it is perfectly possible to deduce its exact location just by observing the way the monster walks. Hayden assures the officer that his combat instincts never fail, and that he knows with absolute certainty the exact location of each monster's weak point. The counselor stares at the open-mouthed boy and asks, frightened, if they really plan to conduct that dangerous military expedition in such a daring manner, with complete confidence. The boy confirms that they will carry out that war of subjugation with the utmost efficiency possible. Later that same night, silence and darkness cover the protagonist's room as he lies in his comfortable double bed. He stares at the bright screen of his tactical tablet, reflecting that although Merceau wasn't entirely convinced, the battle plan had already been officially drawn up. Suddenly, the young man hesitates upon noticing an extremely unusual movement occurring on the virtual panel. His eyes widen as he reads the messages from the other survivors, questioning whether there are indeed two users using the nickname Dopamine Addict in that world. The boy notices that the message tab in the public chat room is completely congested with accumulated notifications from other panicked competitors, determined to investigate what's happening in the shadows. He scrolls to check the unread messages from a user named Junkie, who reports receiving a very strange warning. The user reveals that the suspicious message was sent by an account signed as Dopamine Addict, making the protagonist remember a former lying player who had previously tried to steal his identity on the forum. He begins to wonder if another insolent charlatan has emerged on social media to try and spread panic and misinformation among the survivors. Other competitors such as Dentist, God, and Home Protector confirm that they also received the exact same bizarre warning in their inboxes, while the group's newcomers anxiously discuss whether or not they should open the file from such a suspicious sender. The protagonist focuses all his attention on discovering the true content of that mysterious transmission. Shaman God shares a screenshot revealing a notification that direct interaction with other combat zones has become possible, excluding only the isolated unicorn area. The heir jumps out of bed in utter shock upon confirming that the sender ID of that message is exactly identical to his own user code. The other players commented that they tried to send private messages to complain to Dopamine Addict, but realized that the direct chat function was inexplicably blocked. While the survivors debate the purpose of that unknown sender, the protagonist recalls that the isolation barriers between the safe zones should only fall with the arrival of the dreaded second apocalypse. He gazes thoughtfully out the starry window, concluding that he will need to take advantage of the next military expedition to approach the territorial borders and personally check the integrity of those barriers. He focuses his determined gaze on the darkness of the room, trying to figure out who might be behind that great tactical move. The young man suspects that the enigmatic player sheltered in the floating unicorn zone is the one truly responsible for trying to manipulate the other survivors with that fake digital spectacle. In the chat, the shaman god reminds us that only people with the system unlocked have access to the room and concludes that the mysterious sender can only be the last remaining active player in the unicorn area. User Junkie warns that he found something extremely bizarre while analyzing the hidden data in the room and asks everyone to check the list of active group members. Hayden opens the Participants tab and finds a list containing exactly 8 names known from the forum, thinking the information is perfectly normal at first glance. In the chat, the user Cardio raises the terrible suspicion that the member list actually has 8 people excluding himself, leaving the protagonist quite confused about the direction of that discussion. Hayden stares at the screen in shock as he realizes that, in the contact list of all the other survivors, his own nickname, Dopamine Addict, appears written twice. He recalls that the system usually displays the user's own profile information when clicking on their ID, but that a very different action window opens when selecting another user's name. Upon tapping on the second identical profile, a friend request screen appears before their eyes, proving that a mysterious imposter had been infiltrating the group since day one. Determined to keep a cool head, he begins reading Home Protector's desperate messages, demanding to know if it was the heir who was sending those bizarre messages in the private chat. The young man replies curtly that he wasn't responsible for the mess and decides to check if the dangerous T-bastard also fell into the imposter's trap. However, his pupils dilate in utter shock as he scrolls through the message bar and comes across a crucial detail about the rival from the knife zone. T-bastard angrily reveals that the other dopamine addict knew absolutely everything about the one-on-one conversation the two had had privately, which led him to believe he was talking to the true heir all along. The heir types, back saying that he himself would like to receive answers about that mysterious duplicate of his forum account. Staring at the bluish glow of the tablet with a cold, determined smile in the darkness of his room, the protagonist wonders who the audacious intruder could be capable of hacking his own gaming system. In the dangerous knife zone, T-bastard stares impatiently at his tablet screen, silently cursing the heir's delay in responding to his confidential messages. The protagonist finally speaks up in the private chat, ironically asking if the two were already close friends on the official forum. Hayden then taunts the warrior, mockingly suggesting that he must be a complete fool who ended up accepting 2 friend requests at the same time without reading the names. Overcome with fury at being ridiculed in that way, T-bastard angrily vows to kill the heir as soon as they manage to meet in the real world, amusing the protagonist who loves to provoke him. Putting the jokes aside, the young man begins to seriously reflect on how that mysterious imposter managed to gain access to such intimate and confidential conversations between them. He wonders if his grumpy rival might have accidentally let slip some crucial information, but the warrior quickly defends himself, assuring him that he always responded to the clone with short messages. The heir asks if anything strange happened during their conversations, but T-bastard retorts that the protagonist himself has always been weird online, and that's why he didn't notice any difference in the imposter's behavior. However, the warrior states with complete conviction that the fake dopamine addict is wearing a suit and sheltered in the luxurious, floating area of the unicorn. Intrigued by that certain conclusion, the protagonist demands to know what concrete proof would support that deduction. T-Bastard reaches into his pocket and reveals that he received a real, fresh tangerine through the remote item exchange system. With the imposter, Hatem is completely stunned to hear that his rival obtained a fresh citrus fruit in the middle of that terrible apocalyptic winter. He knows very well that finding fresh fruit would be an impossible task in most frozen colonies. But he remembers that the Unicorn Zone works very differently because it is inhabited by the most brilliant scientists on the planet. That mystical colony possesses such advanced technology that its founders managed to make the entire city float in the sky to escape blizzards and terrestrial monsters. Thanks to this technological isolation in the cloud, local biological research laboratories continue to operate at full production capacity. The heir explains that the Earth's original ecosystem has been kept perfectly intact within the greenhouses of that floating area, which explains the presence of fresh fruit for exchange. This undeniable evidence confirms that the imposter is indeed installed at the top of that advanced scientific fortress. When T-Bastard asks if he intends to take any action to hunt down the imposter, the protagonist surprises him by replying that he will simply let him act freely for now. The young man's plan is to let the clone clear the combat zones by pretending to be him. Planning to take full control of the floating assault colony as soon as the barriers fall, the rival warns that, by using the identity of dopamine addict, the imposter inevitably takes control of all the strategic guides created by him on the official forum. The warrior questions whether the heir has complete confidence that he will be able to bring down the impenetrable fortress that he himself designed in his game guides. Hatem lets out a slight ironic chuckle. Leaving his partner from the knife zone quite intrigued by such self-confidence, he reminds the warrior that he himself was the greatest expert in creating counter-strategies to overcome the forum guides in his past life. The boy smiles and asks why the warrior is acting so pessimistically, as if their victory were an impossible goal to achieve. T-Bastard is shocked to realize that the heir has mastered every detail of his combat style, with the protagonist revealing that he had always followed his rival's sniper tactics online. Feeling his pride soothed at the knowledge that he was accompanied by his great idol, the warrior stammers with embarrassment and tries to disguise it with a nervous laugh. The boy calculates that his chances of a direct victory against the imposter would be only 60%, and that, despite his veteran titles, he does not possess an absolute combat advantage. There is a vast technological gap between the colonies that their current physical attributes cannot easily compensate for, but he knows there are other routes to overcome the unicorn. Hatem ends the private conversation by asking to be notified if the imposter tries to contact the warrior again, noting with surprise that the rival has become incredibly obedient all of a sudden. Suddenly, another alarm sound catches the heir's attention in his silent bed. This is Home Protector, who continues to send dozens of hysterical messages asking if he really intends to ignore the arrival of a second dopamine addict on the server. The follower asks if the protagonist still keeps his promise to take him to the floating zone in the future, leaving the boy quite intrigued. The boy flatters, saying he only wants to ride on the master's skills and offers a gift in exchange for shelter in the colony, making the heir sigh and say he'll just think about it. The protagonist changes the focus of the conversation and orders the follower to immediately verify if the invisible barrier dividing the safe zones has truly disappeared. As the imposter had announced, he knows that if the protection disappears, the easiest colonies will be the first to suffer violent invasions, and he remembers that the area closest to the Cigarro Zone is precisely that dangerous territory. The young master takes on a serious expression as he recalls the mysterious player who ended up reincarnating in that specific neighboring colony. He stares at the silent screen for a few moments and murmurs worriedly as he notices that his follower has stopped responding to his warning messages. The heir decides to put his worries aside and go to sleep, assuring himself that he has no intention of losing this battle for survival to any opponent. The following day, sunlight illuminates the imposing stone walls and structures of the military fortress under the morning chill. A heavy military boot treads firmly on the thick layer of fresh snow that covers the village streets. The blond boy runs excitedly across the courtyard, shouting about the hardships of military life, while Haydam watches him with disdain and grumbles that all that commotion will only scare away the prey. The heir prepares to lead the expedition beyond the safe confines of the base, planning to test the new compact rations developed by the laboratory and demonstrate his detection skills to Meursault. Walking alongside his companions, the boy notices the counselor's gentle gaze and asks, disgusted, why he is displaying that strange, paternal smile on his face. The redhead Taejong walks right behind, displaying a silent posture and quite focused on the icy mountains that surround the colony. The young man expresses his concern about venturing alone into the wilderness, but Meursault assures him that they will not go far and that he will not allow any risky situations for the children. The advisor reveals that a colossal creature known as the teal crocodile was spotted injured in the vicinity of the base that same morning. He explains that he would normally send the tower guards to the slaughter, but wants to test the young master's theory about instantly locating the monster's vital core without damaging the carcass. Haydam gives a slight nod and confidently assures that the hunting plan will work perfectly. He asks if the new combat rations are tasty, and the blond boy shows off in surprise a small, colorful, star-shaped sugar candy he received from the lab. The institute director boasts about the high protein content of the treat despite its somewhat peculiar taste, while the blond man whispers, asking if the heir has been practicing his healing skills at the barracks room corner, confesses to the protagonist that he believes he is perfectly capable of healing other people's wounds, as long as he can maintain direct physical contact with the injured ally. Seeing the heir smile mysteriously, the blond boy stares at him suspiciously and asks the reason for that smug expression on his face. Haydam replies sarcastically that he's just proud of him, prompting his friend to angrily complain that the protagonist was surely thinking he had finally started to be useful to the group. Suddenly, Meursault raises his gloved hand firmly to impose immediate silence, leaving the blond boy quite frightened and on high alert. The advisor whispers that the target has been located right ahead, pointing to the colossal teal alligator sleeping soundly on the snow-covered ground. The redhead Taejong carefully examines the beast and tensely warns that the creature has a deep wound on its right flank. As the giant monster fell asleep face down, protecting its injured side, the team realizes they will need a surgical strategy to reach its weak point without waking it. Haydam calmly positions his tactical rifle and calculates that the mystical core of that colossal beast is located in a very specific area of its body. A single silent shot cuts through the cold forest wind and strikes with surgical precision the energy crystal located in the monster's left abdomen. Meursault stares at the scene, paralyzed with astonishment, unable to believe that the boy was able to shatter the colossal monster's vital core with a single shot from a distance. With complete authority, the boy orders the blonde to fire a flare to summon reinforcements to carry the immense body. Causing his friend to mutter quietly about the heir's bossy attitude, Haydam boasts that focusing on the vital core drastically reduces the troops' combat time, as well as minimizing any unnecessary damage to the edible parts of the prey. The advisor looked at him with eyes brimming with admiration, whispering that the boy was indeed the rightful heir to the legendary heroine of the War of Subjugation. In his thoughts, the heir notices his mentor's exaggerated enthusiasm and wonders if the officer isn't getting too excited too quickly about the colony's victories. However, before they could celebrate the success of the hunt, A mysterious noise coming from the sky caught the young master's attention. The group stares apprehensively at the clouds as they notice a huge, mysterious floating presence rapidly approaching the battle site. The advisor prepares for combat, knowing that the patrol troops will not be able to arrive in time to help them if things go wrong. Haydam simply maintains his firm and unwavering stance in the snow, patiently awaiting the revelation of that mysterious aerial threat. Suddenly, a huge, gleaming assault ship bearing the unicorn emblem bursts through the clouds and lands directly above them. The blond boy points in shock toward the aircraft and screams in fright as he reads the legendary nickname of Dopamine Addict floating above the newcomer's head. The young master stares at the intruder in shock as he comes face to face with a man with long, white hair and a completely empty, lifeless gaze. That mysterious man has a pale complexion and wears an impeccably clean lab coat that perfectly matches the frigid climate of the region. This is an extremely famous and striking face that absolutely any experienced player in that universe would be able to recognize from a distance. The redhead Taejong tries to step forward to greet his supposed idol, but Haydam immediately extends his arm and shakes his head to restrain his friends. The heir sharply orders Merso to also retreat and keep his weapon cocked, leaving the advisor quite tense in his position. Ignoring the safety warnings, the two followers continue celebrating and excitedly shouting the name of the legendary forum strategist Haydam, forcefully pulls the blond boy by his coat and warns him sternly that the man in front of them is definitely not the person they think they. No! The blond man stares at him, completely confused, and questions how he could not recognize the face of the most famous and respected player in the entire community. He insists, shouting, that the newcomer is in fact the legendary dopamine addict and that the protagonist must be suffering from some kind of temporary amnesia. With a cynical smile on his lips, the mysterious man in the white lab coat takes a few slow steps towards the group and decides to speak calmly. The intruder challenges the boy, saying that if he has any doubts about his real identity, he can simply open his character profile to find out for himself. Haydam opens his floating menu and selects the option to examine the opponent's profile, knowing that this function will reveal all the official system data. But even with the ease of resolving the doubt, the protagonist hesitates to click, sensing that something very strange and dangerous is lurking around that opponent. The young master realizes that the annoyance is not only due to the fact that the man is using the exact same visual customization that he himself created on his account, but rather by the terrifying realization that this intruder is the very first real player in that world to exhibit the complete physical structure of an adult male. Ignoring the tension, the blond man excitedly runs towards the man in the lab coat and cheerfully asks if he recognizes him from their online interactions. The imposter responds by calling him by his secret nickname, Room Corner Hubby, leaving the blonde extremely smug and mocking that he was recognized before the heir himself. However, the boy's relaxed demeanor ends abruptly when he realizes that Murso and Taejong are still pointing their loaded rifles directly at the newcomer's chest. He recoils in a cold sweat and asks, frightened, why everyone is so armed and tense, hysterically questioning what kind of bizarre military etiquette they learned in the barracks. The white-haired man raises his hands peacefully and assures them with a gentle smile that he has no intention of hurting any of them that day. Haydam keeps his tactical rifle pointed directly at his rival's head and replies curtly that he doesn't believe any of those soft words. The imposter mocks the protagonist's defensiveness, commenting that the boy is so tense that he doesn't even have the courage to open his character profile information. The heir admits with frustration that the enemy is completely right and that he is indeed terribly afraid to face the data from that system. Knowing he can't keep avoiding the digital confrontation forever, the boy takes a deep breath and confirms the command to open the profile, only to find the official identification of Dopamine Addict. The heir's eyes widen in utter shock as he reads the system's confirmation that the man in the lab coat truly bears his legendary nickname. However, the detail that really makes your hair stand on end and leaves you breathless is seeing that the title equipped by that rival is exactly Dopamine Addict. He panics internally when he realizes that an exclusive title with that name actually existed in the game. While trying to maintain a firm stance against his opponent, the protagonist demands to know, in a curt manner, how his rival was able to obtain that mystical nickname. But the man in the lab coat only asks disdainfully what he is talking about. Faced with his opponent's silence, the boy retorts by asking how he managed to register that name, but the man warns that it is still too early to reveal such secrets. The imposter suggests they put aside the name discussions for a moment and mysteriously comments that he has some very important things to verify at the base. With an extremely grim look, the man asks why the heir is walking alongside Merceau, revealing that he was absolutely certain that the boy himself would have already poisoned and killed the advisor by this point. While focusing the sights of his tactical rifle on the intruder, Haydam remains completely silent, trying to decipher whether that man is just a madman playing a role. Suddenly, a light bulb seems to turn on in the blond boy's mind, who shouts excitedly upon realizing that he has finally understood the whole truth behind that confusing situation. Room Corner begins to rant dramatically, questioning why that rival is the only one to exhibit the body of an adult man while all the other survivors reincarnated as 10-year-old children. The protagonist stares at his friend with utter boredom, noticing that it took him forever to realize such an obvious detail, while the blonde complains, annoyed by the group's silence. The white-haired imposter points to his own head and comments disdainfully that the blonde one actually seems too silly to be considered a useful gaming partner. With an extremely grim look, the man in the lab coat slides his hand inside his clothes and mutters that the best thing to do would be to get rid of that noisy boy once and for all. Upon detecting the rival's suspicious movement, the protagonist goes on high alert, and Merceau and Taejong instantly cock their weapons to protect him. Two violent gunshots echo through the frozen forest, forcing the white-haired imposter to quickly leap backward to avoid the impact of the bullets. Room Corner completely panics and hugs the air tightly, yelling indignantly about the madness of shooting directly at another real player from that world. The protagonist keeps his rifle cocked and coldly replies that the previous shot served only as a final, clear warning. Furthermore, he knows very well that it would be impossible to eliminate his rival in a simple way because of the mystical barrier that protects the opponent's body. The imposter merely cracks a smirk and admits that the heir has an excellent fighting stance, claiming that he would have taken the exact same approach in his place. He climbs back onto his floating platform and announces with satisfaction that his tactical field check was completed with total success. Leaving the blond boy confused by the term, the white-haired man stares the protagonist in the eyes and reveals that he came there only to check closely if his own clone was growing in a healthy way. The heir grinds his teeth in pure fury at being treated like a mere helpless novice by that abusive player, but he knows that his current weapons wouldn't be able to scratch his armor. However, before disappearing completely into the clouds with his flying platform, the imposter pauses for a brief moment. He flashes a sadistic smile and darkly announces that he insists on giving the young master one last parting gift. A deafening gunshot cuts through the frozen air, causing the blond boy's pupils to constrict in pure panic and terror. The projectile strikes the heir's shoulder with extreme violence, splattering blood across the fresh snow and causing the boy to scream in pain from the impact of the shot. The dangerous unicorn leader stares coldly at the scene from above, holding his smoking futuristic pistol as he walks away from the location. He whispers mysteriously that the protagonist is indeed behaving quite differently from his own gameplay pattern. Taejong runs desperately towards the wounded young master in the snow, shouting his hero's name as the enemy aircraft disappears on the horizon. Mersol hurriedly examines the wound and relievedly reports that the bullet thankfully missed any vital points, ordering full focus on stopping the bleeding while he seeks help. The advisor instructs the redhead to patrol the outskirts of the forest to prevent the local monsters from approaching due to the smell of fresh blood, and the boy readily agrees. Haydam leans on the blonde's shoulder, groaning that the wound hurts like hell. Leaving his partner in total panic as he watches the blood flow, Room Corner begins to cry desperately, cursing the white-haired imposter and accusing him of being a ruthless, bloodthirsty killer with tears in his eyes. The blonde man indignantly asks why the heir was crazy enough to throw himself in front of a real bullet to protect someone as weak as him. The protagonist stares at him with an extremely serene look and calmly asks why his friend thinks he would do something so crazy. With a slight smile on his face, he extends his injured hand towards the blonde man and directly orders him to immediately use his mystical healing ability. At that very moment, the blonde boy finally understands the whole dark truth and realizes that the heir let himself be shot on purpose just to test the limits of his healing power. He begins to shake the air in a comical and furious manner, shouting desperately about the level of madness and psychopathy of that boy in risking his own life for a skill test. The blonde man swallows his tears and places his hands on his master's wounded chest, activating his special healing ability as green sparks envelop the heir's body. Relieved by the improvement, Room Corner says he needs to make an important revelation because he saved his life, leaving the protagonist with a terrible feeling about the use of his formal name. The boy asks the heir to come a little closer to hear the secret, and the young master accepts the approach with curiosity. The blonde man brings his mouth close and shyly whispers his true identity from the real world in the protagonist's ear. The heir remains completely paralyzed and breathless with shock. Upon hearing that bombshell revelation from his teammate, the blonde boy explodes with embarrassment and starts shaking the boy again, yelling indignantly upon discovering that the protagonist is the legendary dopamine addict he so hated and followed online. Haydam defends himself by saying that if he had revealed his reputation as a master earlier, the blonde man certainly would never have cooperated with his tactical plans within the base. He pulls his friend's hand away and seriously warns that that amount of healing is more than enough to prevent Counselor Murso from suspecting the miracle of the cure. The blonde boy makes a funny pout of pure frustration when he realizes that the redhead Taejong already knew the whole truth about his master's identity a long time ago. The protagonist calmly explains that he needed to tell the redhead the truth first because the previous imposter in the mansion was blatantly impersonating him throughout the colony. Room Corner looks away thoughtfully and comments seriously that the white-haired enemy they face today is infinitely more dangerous than the first. Forger Haydam agrees and reflects that the danger posed by that rival goes far beyond physical attacks, since the man managed to unlock the unicorn's mystical root and is sending messages to deceive the other survivors. The boy analyzes that the fact that the opponent crossed the territories definitively proves that the invisible barriers between the colonies simply no longer exist in that universe. He warns that they will need to conduct a practical border test to confirm the theory, but emphasizes that the most alarming detail is the fact that the rival is the only one to possess an adult body. The blonde man thoughtfully suggests that the enemy may have undergone an artificial accelerated growth process through the biological technology of that floating zone. The heir dismisses the hypothesis and thoughtfully wipes the blood from his jacket with a cloth. Sensing that there is a much darker reason behind this age-related phenomenon, although he doesn't yet have all the pieces of that puzzle in hand, he knows he will need to unravel this biological mystery with extreme urgency. The young master reflects that, since he himself is the true dopamine addict, that man in the white coat can only be an imposter, but he is intrigued by the number of similarities they share. He whispers irritably that his rival's strange taunt about monitoring his healthy growth keeps hammering in his head, feeling a deep disgust just remembering that sadistic smile. Suddenly, the red-haired Taejong appears, running desperately through the snow and shouting that Counselor Mursol is already returning with the rest of the troops. Haydam and the blonde boy exchange a quick, knowing glance. Knowing they need to act with extreme speed to avoid being discovered, the heir seriously warns that they will finish that discussion at another time, preparing to put the staged plan into action immediately. The young man lies down in the snow, pretending to be seriously injured, and orders his companions to keep the day's events absolutely secret, focusing only on discreetly patrolling the colony. Some time later, the scene shifts to the luxurious corridors of the military academy, where rumors about the assassination attempt against the heir have already begun to spread. The cadets gossip in shock about the coldness of Commander Hayden Goodman, who showed no sign of concern whatsoever upon learning that his own son had been shot in the wilderness. They comment that the man truly lives up to his feared title of Iron Chancellor, while the military leader enters the room and sighs with relief upon seeing that his son possesses the gift of healing. The commander stares at the boy with his stern, eye-patch-covered gaze and demands to know who the audacious gunman was who tried to take the young heir's life. Lying comfortably in his hospital bed, Haydam pretends not to know the shooter's identity, knowing he will need to choose each word with extreme care from now on. The boy plays a subtle bluff and mysteriously claims that the shooter is just someone he used to know in the past, but who is no longer part of his life. The Chancellor narrows his eyes curiously and asks directly if that person is someone he knew from a past life before he traveled back in time. In his thoughts, the protagonist immediately realizes that Murso must have reported the entire conversation in Korean to the commander, including the use of the word player during the battle in the forest. The young master knows that, to guarantee the absolute success of his charade as an illegitimate son without having to attend military academy for many years, he can never let the leader discover that he is a real player. He recalls that the mysterious white-haired rival originally belonged to the advanced unicorn zone and tries to deflect his adoptive father's suspicions before he begins to doubt his identity. With a serious look, the boy suggests that a new returning player may have emerged in the same timeline in which he returned and asks the commander to focus all attention on investigating the suspect. The Iron Chancellor ponders the argument in silence and thoughtfully agrees that that hypothesis does indeed make a lot of tactical sense. The protagonist internally celebrates his diplomatic victory, rejoicing in the fact that the leader swallowed that lie so easily. The Supreme Commander firmly orders that the heir enroll in the military academy immediately by any means necessary. The young teacher tries to protest, saying that the discussion was already over. But the father argues that the boy still hasn't gotten used to his 10-year-old body, and that's why he ended up being shot in the forest. Hayden Goodman gently strokes her son's hair and warns him seriously that any slip-up in that hostile world could cost him his life, asking him never to forget his mother's tragic fate. He calms the boy down by explaining that there is no need for him to study at the academy for 6 long years. Since their time is short, the leader explains that he should remain at the institution only long enough to adapt to its new physical structure and be ready for the next great war of subjugation. After all, it would be politically unfeasible to appoint him as a tactical operations officer without him possessing any prior military rank. Making the boy accept the academic period as a brief rest, Haydam silently agrees, reflecting that it would indeed be useful to train his childlike body in that militarized colony until it could dodge real projectiles in open terrain. Meanwhile, in the academy corridors, rumors that the 10-year-old would be enrolled in the elite class begin to generate a huge wave of revolt among the cadets. Some soldiers mock the veterans defeated by the heir in the previous simulation, muttering disdainfully that the boy's political connections seem to be the sole reason for his sudden success. The eliminated cadets lower their heads, overcome with shame and lament that the prestige of their own team leader has been dragged through the mud because of that humiliating defeat. With an honorable and exemplary demeanor, Platon asks his companions not to be ashamed and reminds them that they all fought cleanly and fairly in the frozen forest. One of the cadets indignantly complains about the injustice of Director Mursol's interference in base decisions, but the officer himself appears, ordering absolute silence about that confidential training. The young leader agrees that they have no alternative but to accept the orders of the colony's supreme commander. When a general roll call in the hall interrupts the group's discussions, the ceremony officer takes the podium and announces loudly that he has an extremely important message from the army to deliver to the entire graduating class. Platon stares intently at the stage with his bright green eyes, awaiting the revelation that will define the fate of his team. The instructor officially announces that young Hayden Goodman will begin training and attending classes daily with the elite group from that moment on. The heir ascends the stage with a dazzling, angelic smile on his face, leaving the defeated cadets trembling with pure hatred and discomfort in the assembly seats. The elite youths seethe with silent fury at the sight of the arrogant child's mocking expression and wonder how they will be able to tolerate that daily humiliation in front of the entire colony. The instructor warns that the boys' combat skills have already been more than proven in the practical simulation test, and asks if any cadet present dares to oppose the young man's admission. Platon stands up fearlessly and declares loudly and clearly that he would like to exchange some tactical words directly with the Goodman heir. He acknowledges that the 6 cadets who were lost in the frozen forest acted naively, but proudly asserts that the Academy's elite troops are far from easy to defeat. The young leader stares the protagonist in the eyes with complete determination. Challenging the new recruit's posture in front of the entire military hall, Hayden simply stares at him with a calm look and asks if the elite cadet truly believes he would be able to defeat him in direct combat for leadership of the squad. The boy petulantly points out that, although the commander recognized his worth in a single field training exercise, the other students seem to need another practical lesson on the rules of the game. He states with utter mockery that his previous victory was not due to sheer luck with the terrain, and proposes to resolve that territorial dispute once and for all. Right there. The heir challenges Platon to prove the strength of his elite team through a new and official tactical training simulation within the camp. With a sharp and audacious look, the young leader immediately accepts the challenge. Whispering to himself that this spoiled brat truly possesses an unusual boldness for his childish stature, Platon suggests organizing a classic tactical chess match by dividing the teams evenly, with Hayden leading the defeated cadets in a 6-on-6 tactical combat. The heir agrees to the terms of the group military battle, but demands a single, decisive tactical condition for accepting the combat. With an extremely sadistic and confident smile on his face, Hayden Goodman announces that his only condition for victory is that not a single soldier from his team ends up being eliminated in the simulation. He declares with utter superiority that, should a single comrade from his squad be killed by Platon's forces, he will immediately admit the complete defeat of his military leadership. Platon stares at the protagonist, his eyes blazing with fury and resentment, asking in a voice trembling with hatred if that insolent boy really dares to look with such contempt upon the strength of his colony's elite troops.